Aeon, what and welcome. Coming in, coming in. There we go. Ortrazini, what and welcome, hello. Well, that's a fancy little badge you got there. Kazi, Eagle Beans. Agent, Eagle Beans, Watto and welcome. Coming in, friends coming in. Yeah, it's looking good. Catastros, Otracini, Legend of Moraid, Yeti, Angel Kalina, Watto and welcome. That's cool. Kazi just sounded like you were coming in with some big keen energy. It's all good. See, Aeon, the discussion in Discord is you kind of propped one of my, I wouldn't say it's like fascinations, but the TLDR being a genre is defined by a user, but understanding why two games are different is understanding both the vibes and mechanics of them. You know, users decide what genres are. It doesn't matter what you think your game's genre is. Users will choose that. But, you know, presentation of vibes, the difference... I mean, the World of Warcraft one is the most famous example of when they changed the XP tax to the rested bonus. Same system, just presented in a different way, and completely changed how it was done. And you can't quantify a lot of that, right? It's something very unique to our space. No, it's not just context is important. Context is game. Once you start thinking like that, now you're thinking with pause. Anyway, PVS, Watto and welcome. That is a lovely helmet I have behind me. It's so crazy. I'm definitely going to show that off in a bit. If you weren't in on Saturday, Little Fire made something fucking top tier. And I'm looking forward to showing it off in a little bit. But let's get everybody in first. There's so much to talk about already. PVS, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I feel like I've had to be the, maybe not the facts police this morning, but definitely the, when everything is popping off, it's, clarity of information is very important. 5 ducks for Little Fire's helmet. Quack, quack. Quack, quack, quack. Yeah. Whoa! So, guys, I only realized yesterday the number of stars on the badge indicates their order, in case I get confused and have to remember which one goes where. So that was a wonderful detail that in the cacophony of nonsense, I had completely missed. Okay. Alright, just letting Discord know. Today we get to talk about Quokkas and throwing piss on Tim Sweeney. Allegedly. Oh yeah, damn. Kakazi has a 110 stream streak. Nice. With my chaotic start times, it does mean the streaks kind of like waver, which makes it kind of interesting. Oh, and I'm so sorry. Yeti. Yeti. First! It's yours.
Bop.
That's one whole bop. Not to be confused with the kid's bop, which is a very different maneuver. Dora, heckin' thank you. enjoy your shiny sapphire badge, courtesy of the Dice Goddess. And thank you for keeping that going. I know you don't get to hang here much, but that's still like tier 2 for nearly 90 months. Numbers, Watto and welcome. Vershi, word to your parent or guardian. Shitaru, Watto and welcome. Step Jen, come on in everybody. Today we're going to be trying out Death Stranding 2 after we get mad at Tim Sweeney. Because there's no one else to get mad at. Anyway, I am on early, but the goal is still the goal has always been get back to those noon starts, you know, and not go to bed at 6 o'clock in the morning. Exactly, and then we went back to sleep for a couple hours. So, come on in, friends, come on in. Oh, second that. Aeon was just saying the Seattle rain this morning was wonderful. Lovely thing to wake up to, friends. Dustin, Watto, and welcome. I just like the new badge. Oh, nothing massive to report in personal life while everybody's getting on in here. A friend's moving. They're moving from one floor to the other in their apartment complex, and was like, "Hey, do you all want to come get some hand-me-down kitchen stuff?" And it was a trek. We went to Capitol Hill and back. But we now have a fucking gorgeous pan. Like, I was literally just doing we were both starving and I had to just kind of throw whatever we had in the cupboards together. Just did like a little fried chicken pasta thing, but I actually got to fry it properly and it was so good. Did like a, you know, basil, oh, so good. The cool sparkle badge is... yeah, 5 years. As we get closer and closer to Longship Day, I'll be adding all of Dice Goddess's badges. But with so many of you, and this is a lovely problem to have, with so many of you maintaining a sub from the very moment that we've had them, it means that everybody will eventually have different badges, and I wanted to like slowly roll them out. So that's what I've been doing.
I tried to smuggle animals out of Australia. Didn't go as well as I hoped for.
Didn't go as well as I hoped for. Everyone, fucking thank you. How you doing? What? Oh, and welcome. Oh. Yeah, there's going to be a full complement all the way up to 8 years. Because I understand Longship Day is not going to be the 8 years of subscriptions, but Longship Day is going to be our 8-year anniversary. And we're doing a couple of things. Little Fire had the idea of getting everybody together for a pint. It's not going to be a massive how-to, but if you are Seattle-based and you fancy hanging out on Saturday the 4th, I know that weekend has a lot of stuff going on, but, you know, if not now, when? There'll never be a perfect weekend. But try and hang out with everybody more frequently. Oh, to the John Deere Enjoyer, what and welcome. So that weekend, it's like there's one anime convention which I forget the name of. Sorry, there's a comic convention I forget the name of. SakuraCon's going on. Soba's probably doing some. Oh no, Soba's still doing its whole weird Fridays thing. It is in the evening. It is in the evening. We're saying roughly from 6. Like I said, it's nothing formal. We're going to a local, independent, little brewery spot round this way. So yeah. Well, Angels Kalina, I did see your post, so don't feel you have to go hard and, knock yourself out of whack. But if you're coming, that would be lovely. Bros for brews? Nah. Brethren for beverages. Because yeah, I don't know what's going on with Soba. They've been very, very weird with me at the moment, and yeah. This whole Fridays only thing is starting to feel very targeted. But also, it's not about whinging about stuff. It's about the fact that in 2 weeks, well, 2 and a bit weeks, this corner of the internet will have been going for 8 years. And especially with fucking hard times and shite, it feels like now is the time to celebrate it, You'll know I'm not a rich man. I'm not running around selling headbands.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
18 months already, that's a long time.
That is a long time. That's almost 1 whole year. Mine. Thank you, seriously. Yeah, we fucking survived. And I think about there's a lot of groups and places and things that did not. Some that did are so warped and changed from what they once were as to be unrecognizable. So, it's a wild thing, and I'm looking forward to celebrating it with you all. Obviously, Longship Day will be the big one, so if you can't make it, don't worry. But Longship Day is on a Monday this year, so it'll certainly be interesting. I don't know, so it's not selling headbands to me. It's a joke from a song I listen to frequently, which is do as the Romans do and build an empire in a day. It's not about making anything good. It's about you turn your face into a brand and then you start selling those cheap headbands. Basically the Big Ed maneuver, which he somehow failed at. I mean, is it up? Significantly less happy. But yes, friends, miscreants, legends, Watto and welcome. Verdant, Scarred Alaska, and he arrived. He's judging me. He's judging me with his cool eyebrows. Currently, the penguin is sitting next to Lego Hornet. I assume they're scheming together. Okay, so do you want to see some cool shit first before we get into game news? Because if you haven't seen Little Fire's creation, you kind of... I'd be very happy to show it to you. I don't know why I'm asking. I'm gonna. It's just a question of when. So, I don't know. Make sure I'm not. Okay. You know, I'm gonna leave the armor where it is for now. But if you didn't see it, friends, this is what Little Fire created on Saturday night. Now, it's a first attempt, obviously, but look how fucking good this is. The goal was to make a mech-made cat cosplay thing. And Little Fire went bet and found proper templates and the whole shebang for a proper Gundam-style helm. It's so good. The thing was, it was all just cardboard and sellotape. It looks so good. It looks so good. So, I'm not counting the mech cosplay as done, but I think it's gonna have to be like an off-screen finisher. I mean, like I said, I did the torso, and the torso is fine. Ah, shit, I might as well show you all while we're having a natter about it. It's so weighty. It's so not weighty, it's sizable. So I did this. So yeah, got a chest piece going on with this. But, you know, it doesn't come close. Ooh, like that. Ooh. Maybe putting that on was a mistake. Okay. Okay. It does not come close to Little Fire's helm creation. The Saturday stream was really good. Had a crap load of raids.
Stop that incessant
Lucky for
clucking.
life! It is a cardboard box that was created in 2020. Yeah. Cardboard for life. The Mega Squatch and the Mega Dab. And Akari, thank you kindly. That's 46 months, which is absolutely nothing to sneeze at. And through the medium of storytelling,
Bro, what has gone wrong that Fortnite can't afford to be Fortnite supposedly?
Bismarck, you're just in time. I haven't cracked the can on that particular piss to be boiled, but we are getting there.
Breaking news, man has Gundam head made of cardboard box. UPS accidentally ships them.
What's that idea? How to travel around the world for the price of a stamp. But no, seriously, Bismarck, that's, God, nearly 60 months. Akari's 46, and then all the bits on top. Seriously, thank you. Alright? I'm not gonna get feelsy this morning. I'm not talking about, like, money shit or anything like that. But I do want to say, I am very aware that I'm still here because of you lot, not the other way around. So thank you. Now, OxyB, I just showed it, but it's looking brilliant. If you have a look in Discord, in Creation Celebration, you can see. Is that it? Yeah. There are some snaps of. Well, okay, let's be honest. The helm is the superstar. Like, I made a body, and it's fine. It's kind of using like the base Gundam model, but I haven't done the midriff, because that was going to create some additional challenges. But yeah, Little Fire made a Gundam helm, and it's
Reactor online.
bloody impressive.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho will?
What? Oh, and welcome. Dandelion, heckin' thank you. 40 months is nothing to sneeze at. Alright, PVS, remember, they can take your time, they can't take your mind. There's nothing that stops you making fart noises in your own head during corporate meetings. Just saying. Yeah? But yeah, the helm came out so good. It was it was lovely to watch Little Fire basically go into like the crafting zone. I saw a fervor in the eyes of my darling.
Insert fart noises here.
Exactly. And the psychically transmitted fart noise there is what started a hype train, so I guess that's how we be this morning. And that's way cool. So yeah, we'll natter about light and fluffy stuff, and then once the train has done its business, and I probably could have phrased that better. But yeah, once the train has trained, then we will get into the game news of this morning. I haven't posted on Blue Sky yet, and I've had to delete a few personal comments because Jim Sweeney is not my favorite guy right now, and I have to remember that I'm on a recordable format, and I can't say anything that could be construed as a credible threat. Oh, bloody hell. Dandelion, that's so cool of you. I'm so glad you've done this. This is how we're starting our day, huh? Oh. Oh. This is how we're starting our day. All right. Okay. Just gotta not disturb the armor. Oh. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. Oh, that's a good one. Okay. You're right, Dandelion. It's just math. Oh, okay. To mind game.
Reactor
I am a
online. Sensors
invariant.
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Thank you for asking.
Okay.
Okay. All right. It's time to play some crazy taxi. Warcrad, I can thank you. Adhikari, we'll get into the plan for the week in just a moment. This is an interesting week. We have adventures aplenty. Aw, Catastros, heck yeah. I mean, honestly, it's probably very good. It's probably a very good thing that came together. It is very funny, though, that it is probably the most lasting effect that the Snareway to Sneven has had on my life.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Excited to be coming up on another long ship day. Cheers to 19 months.
Hells yeah. It is that wild thing of time truncation with hanging out with some of you. Of it feels like some of you have only been here for 5 minutes, but you were here from the very beginning. And some of you, I'm like, man, it's been the entire time. I'm like, no, I just got here. Time truncation is weird. So whilst the train continues its dedicated trundle maneuvers, I guess we can chat about what's going down this week before we get into game news and the ilk. Today we're playing Death Stranding 2. I thoroughly enjoyed the first one, and I think it's a great example of trying to convey an emotion in a big budget game rather than specifically tell a story. Because I was trying to tell Jess the story of Death Stranding, and I'm like, I don't actually remember it. Like, dude has a weird baby, dying turns you into nightmare apocalyptic ink monsters. Oh, and everyone goes to the beach a lot. But then I realized that, like, what made Death Stranding pop was it's about actively making things better, right? Yeah, like, Kojima hangs out with some celebrities, but he does actually bring out some great performances. Like, Norman Reedus is a great... He's not quite a full blank slate. And he's got just enough around the edges that you can embody the character without, you know, having the... Oh, what's his name? Nah, it dropped entirely out of my head. There are a lot of instances of putting famous people in games that have been terrible. Honestly, I still think about Area 51's reboot, just because of David Duchovny and Marilyn Manson. They're both terrible, and one of them is terrible. But, like, you know, Del Toro in the Meat Tanks, Mads Mikkelsen playing this eternally haunted soldier and really giving it their all. And then, like, the the individuals who are more from motion capture performances and vocal performances just acting their socks off. But ultimately, Death Stranding is a game about making connections, and especially at a time when everyone was very disconnected. It was something real special. So I'm looking to see where this takes it, you know? I didn't see it as discussed as the previous one, but then also, we do not have a town square of conversation anymore. That place turned into a Nazi bar. And with it being a PS5 exclusive and then dropping on PC, like, further segmenting it from conversation. But I'm really looking forward to giving it a run around. At very least, it looks over the top, and as I've posted multiple times, it is an excuse to talk about the Quokka. Sorry, I know I've brought the Quokka up like, what, 4 times this morning? He's a little guy! He's a little guy! Okay. The what now? Alright, these are Quokkas. These are just fucking happy little guys. This is not a Muppet, this is a real animal that exists.
Quokkas are the best.
Exactly. They're just happy little guys. Not everything in Australia is trying to kill you. Most of it, certainly, but not everything. And Wolfcred, seriously, thank you for the bits.
Fuzzy Bear would say, Quokka Quokka.
Quokka Quokka. No one else found that Cocaine Bear poster as funny as me. Think about that a lot. Anyway, Tiny Train. Thank you kindly for the Tiny Train. All right. Sorry if I'm a little fried. Sleep was a battle I did not win last night, but thank you. You know, I don't have a clever way of saying it today. Thank you. Alright. It's extremely, extremely appreciated. Oh, OxyB says, Quokkas exist so you lower your defense in Australia. That's how you get stealth. Via spider. John Deere, I wish. I crashed, woke up, couldn't sleep. And then, about the time that we made the decision about, alright, I guess we're just up, both of us started yawning. It was a betrayal. Betrayal of the highest order. On the subject of things that people did not find as funny as I did, Australia is just PvE Florida. So yeah, we're going to be getting into Death Stranding 2 today, and you know, I'm looking forward to meeting the weird little inky black flying cat. I'm looking forward to weird, not Metal Gear Solid, that there's a non-zero chance they're going to have like another old man Yowie subplot between Norman Reedus' character and Troy Baker's character, who's now going for a whole kind of like, I don't know, psycho clown, makeup, metal, electric guitar thing. Because the thing with Death Stranding is that ultimately it's very silly, and yet it simultaneously takes itself far too seriously and not seriously at all. And the juxtaposition of that with the main game just being, no, you're just delivering stuff. You're going from point A to point B and making people's lives just a little bit better, you know? We've often, you know, we've joked in the past about how like a pizza is a healing item, but there were definitely some points during lockdown where being able to like order a pizza was just such a huge comfort on so many levels. And the people doing that, literally risking their fucking lives to bring food to other people. You know? I'm not trying to be overly, I don't know. I'm not trying to be overly romantic about the idea of delivering stuff, but we've experienced that, you know? The right pizza in the right place, the wrong time makes all the difference. Ah! Dandelion, I wish I could answer that question. That is a Baron question. When we were doing Memnol Season 2, Baron had was doing a Patreon support of this one particular musician who creates a whole bunch of music for D&D sessions. If you want to ask him dice and yet more dice, Baron might know. And okay, no, so the pizzas in Death Stranding 1 were like a series of subquests where you're just delivering pizzas to people, but who's making them? It ultimately ends up being a really interesting look into quite a bit of the game. I don't want to, like, once we hit the Death Stranding part of today, it'll be spoilers weapons free. And I don't know, it's hard to know what people would consider a spoiler in it. You know, it is a game that actively tells you that Death Stranding is a game actively about how much death affects. You know, everybody in the main cast of Death Stranding is going through some form of grief or the after effects of loss. And it's as subtle as a brick in a sock. The fact that killing someone, taking a life, and then doing nothing about it will create basically a nuclear horror disaster if you don't fucking handle it. The map will be cratered with nightmare creatures spilling forth. I'm still running around with the Magic 8 baby. Oh, you mean Norman Reedus' super fetus? I can't answer that without spoilers. But we'll get into that in, well, however long we need to talk about the absolute nonsense. Okay. Post has been posted, right. And Vanderbeest, not only Watto and welcome, but thank you for filling the pint glass. We've had a teeny tiny train and some long sprees. You'll notice you now have a shiny new badge. I did sign us up for the Twitch global badge, just in case any of you want to wear your longship powers across the internet. So Nick, Watto and welcome. And Numbers, so help me, if you spoil Chainsaw Man, I will not forgive you. Okay, so before we lock and load, oh, Beadora, have a lovely rest of your evening, go get some sleep, and to be continued. His name is Bruce Temple. Okay, before we really start getting into the range. So this week, today, Death Stranding 2. Tomorrow, we're going to be getting into Brigador Killers. Now, for those who don't know, Brigador Killers is the follow-up to Brigador. It is about murdering billionaires with acquired power armor. And we've been very kindly given super early code. I'm talking like pre-Steam build. So I really fucking enjoyed Brigador. I have a Brigador mech to construct in my pile of projects. I've even got the pin here somewhere. Looks pretty fucking cool. Thursday is for blueprints. On Saturday, we are going to play Storebound. We invited Nick to come join us. If you saw Storebound before, what I will say is that was chapters 1 and 2, and they just dropped chapters 3 and 4. So, we're looking forward to going through it. And then, on Saturday, Akari is going to be hosting a Project Zomboid server for us. I'd like to get everybody together, we'll bundle into a server, just have fun. You know, I was gonna, what did I call it, like surviving of the numpties or something? Last numpty standing. No PvP on, so it's just, you know, who can survive against the zombies for the longest. It should be good. It should be good. Last time we did this, we had a lot of fun. It was a little disorganized, but I think that's more me than anything else. Okay, let's do in reverse order of piss boiling for today's game news. Does no PvP mean we don't have to worry about getting run over? Details. Yeah, we're gonna do the reverse Sweeney. Tim! Girati! It's actually, if you saw my little post on Blue Sky, it's not a joke. I was talking with a friend who shall remain nameless, about how I wanted to piss bottle Tim Sweeney, and someone, I guess their ears pricked up and ended up joining and talking to us, and yeah, we made an industry friend that day. It sums up quite neatly as my last words as a person even vaguely in the games industry would be Girardi. Okay, yeah, reverse order of piss. The fact that no one seems to remember that Daniel Vega, or whatever his twatting name is, who heads up Kingdom Come Deliverance Studio, is a piece of shit. It's wild to me because he's like, actually, we're all being jerks about DLSS 5 and it's fine, so shut up. The haters won't stop it, was his exact words. As an FYI, he stepped away from game development to make a movie, which is always such a great indication. Bacon's not dead! God, Friday's gonna be... I've just realised what I've signed myself up for. The Nick Littlefire combo.
Too late to change your mind.
Excuse you? Sorry about that. Okay, I'm going to talk about one that's not really piss-boily, but very funny. Bacon, Dandelion, Bacon's fine. Bacon has been telling people for years.
Someone's also not fine, caffeine.
Caffeine's fine!
Oh, dead too.
Wait, can I start drinking?
Never. It's the start of the week. Dead too.
Boo!
Alright, you agreed to it.
I did. So, we'll do some funny news and a little bit of discussion. It's going to get more piss-boily as we increase in velocity. So, I have been following the saga of Starbreeze for years. I am by no means like a huge fan of Payday, but they have been a fascinating studio to study their rise and fall, and then re-rise and then re-fall. The TLDR is that they nearly destroyed the company through a multitude of different things, predominantly for going all in on a fucking widescreen VR headset. Now you're probably thinking, wait, widescreen? Why would the screen need to be wider? It's goggles. You'd be right. Their VR headset looked like it did kind of look like a Armored Core mech helm, which was pretty rad. I still think the HTC Vive was the best one because it did look like one of the mech pilot helms from Ghost in the Shell, but that's neither here nor there. This nearly destroyed the company. So much so, in fact, that after the failure of like Starbreeze, The Walking Dead, and a bunch of other things, they reopened development of Payday 2 and were just focusing on releasing DLCs and characters and content. This was very successful. People liked that. So through Payday 2, they were able to claw themselves back from a variation of bankruptcy. Don't quote me specifically on that one because I don't know if it was administration, but suffice it to say they were on the teetering edge of death. But through Payday 2, they clawed it back. Years later, they released Payday 3. I don't know if you've looked on how that's going, but Payday 3 has gone very, very poorly. It was a very expensive project. It has not sold well, nothing compared to its predecessor.
Sorry, how many months?
That would be the big 6-0, which, Jackie, if you're keeping track, is almost a year. Jackie, fucking thank you. That's 60 months out of tier 2. Thank you. Sorry, I just Nick with, Will, but AI is inevitable. Don't question it. Don't be such a doomer, Will. It's the future. It's going to happen. It's the new thing. It's not like NFTs or blockchains. Everyone will be using it 99.9% of the time. Gamers are going to love it. Nick, we didn't actually get to it, but I watched the co-pilot demo, especially the bit for Sea of Thieves, that is, one, wrong, and two, clearly fucking faked. Yeah, one day, Jackie. One day. Yeah, the only thing I'll say, I mean, sorry, Nick, the only thing I was going to say on that one was all of my, all the ads I used to get inside of PayPal for crypto have now been replaced with link your PayPal directly to gambling sites. Oh, that's going to be glorious. Sorry, Nick's just saying we have tales to tell. It's going to be glorious. Oh yeah. I mean, Nick, at this stage, like, there were loads of people who were smart enough to take money from, like, metaverse companies and shit that funded their projects. And I've often said, like, you know, it's okay to take money from Google. Oh, our next game's totally going to be a Stadia exclusive. No, it's not. You know, what's Google going to do? A fucking audit of your code? I get irked when people make it their entire personalities and are very front-facing about, you know, embracing things that genuinely harm people and destroy the planet. But that's another story. Okay. So, Starbreeze have announced that they're going to be taking the Payday IP to VR headsets once more. For whatever fucking reason, they have decided that this is the play. Okay, so I'm trying to do this in reverse order of, like, of boiling the piss. It'll totally work this time, Will. Believe. Crimson Desert did get rumbled putting a whole bunch of AI stuff in their game. They used the usual bullshit excuse of, oh, it's placeholder. No, it's fucking not. Lying horseshit fucks. There is no way a project of that size does not have, like, an army of, like, arsehole micromanagey middle managers. They just wanted to bang things out quickly and hope no one would care. Outside of, it's placeholder till we get caught with it. Yeah. No, it's placeholder when you get caught with it, and then it's a, whoopsie, we didn't know. Fuck off. Crimson Desert has sold stupid amounts. You can pick up a big fat cat, and if you try and swim too far out, you get your shit fucked by a whale. I will say that Crimson Desert ultimately looks a bit wrong, and, at least for me personally, thoroughly uninteresting. Like, Cromlech, that was some interesting shit. Like, I thought Crimson Desert was a fucking sequel. It's a big nothing sandwich, but it's apparently selling very well. So I guess the Dragon's Dogma crowd can eat well. It's also not working on a whole bunch of different hardware. Sony finally cleaned out all of the horseshit AI slot games from the PlayStation Store, clearing out over 1,000 games from the PlayStation Store. Yeah, Professor Nels, I don't know if you're in the same boat, but I would pay Valve quite handsomely to have, like, access to real sales figures. Like, if they had, like, a researcher's account or something, I would pay for that. Bismarck, apparently so. Okay, so you remember we had all the massive horse shit around the Xbox cull it's still very quietly happening. So, alongside the fact that Microsoft will be putting Copilot in all Xbox products. So if you're playing Sea of Thieves and shit like that, congratulations, you're gonna get AI. Hooray. But yeah, there are more high-profile folks leaving Xbox, whether they were pushed or whether they are leaving a sinking ship like vastly overpaid rats, we don't know. Like, the narrative around Xbox has changed so violently in the last like 2 weeks alone. Oh yeah, Roblox insisted that its plans to start charging people for brand integrations isn't about the money, which I thought was fucking funny. We're gonna charge you money, but it's not about the money. It's not about the money. Okay, yeah, now we've got to start getting into the piss to boil. Okay, while Capcom has stated they will not be using any generative AI in games, they will be using it to speed up production. Now, I don't know if you are aware of this. The thing that slows down production is producing, i.e. making the thing. Unless you have too many producers on a project, which can happen, you know, too many lines of middle management. The thing that takes time in making a game is making the game. You know, drawing a drawing is the thing that takes time, not the production of it. So maybe Capcom are flirting with some investment, and because the AI bubble hasn't popped yet, they're playing like the old shimmy shimmy dance. Don't know. But it sounds an awful lot like using AI in your games. Okay, yeah, now we got to start getting into it. For those of you who are fans of the Dragon Quest series, I'm sorry. Square Enix have announced that there will be a Gemini-powered blue slime companion in Dragon Quest X or Dragon Quest X. Yeah, the chatty, slimy companion. Now, this is... Okay, then. So this one is the 10th mainline Dragon Quest. Is an exclusive Japan-only MMORPG. Okay. So that's not even going to be on our radars, which is probably why they're so proud of cramming it full of some AI shite. Now, it's entirely possible that the article has gotten it wrong, but... Oh, the weird one today is that Behavior Entertainment, the creators of really only one successful game, Dead by Daylight, and several failed games, announced they have bought one of the worst named studios, in my humble opinion, the Fun Pimps. Because that's a great thing to name your studio after, is the exploitation of women for money. But with the word fun beforehand. Cool. I always find it uncomfortable that their Twitch integration thing used pimp coins. Oh, the creators of 7 Days to Die. The studio is called the Fun Pimps. It's not a bit. Pimping as a profession isn't known for its holistic compassion. But this is an odd one. Now, the thing that struck me is that Dead by Daylight, as a Behavior Entertainment, have laid off friends of mine over the years. So if I seem a little pricklier than usual on this one, that's why. But what's interesting about this is that Dead by Daylight have tried to launch multiple side projects, most of which have not been successful. I believe their weird asymmetrical shooter tower thing did fine, but everything else has been mostly a fucking disaster. The team behind 7 Days to Die brought in a third party to try and make a 4v1. It's not quite tower defense, it's not quite a shooter, it's a little bit of everything that has basically gone down like a shit in a swimming pool. It's such an odd time. The 7 Days to Die dev team is based out of Texas. Behavior Interactive is based out of Canada. It's a really weird time to make that purchase. Okay. I can't dance around this one anymore. Although, just as a quick little side note, one of the reasons why I'm always a fan of, like, please link to the article, not the social media post. So it was reported this morning that PlayStation is closing Dark Outlaw Games. Dark Outlaw Games is closing, but it was not PlayStation's call. The studio was making a PlayStation exclusive, but was not a Sony-owned studio. That's not good. I'm not happy those people are losing their jobs, but that specificity is important. But the big one... So Epic just cut 1,000 jobs. Tim most likely to be thrown piss on Sweeney announced today that they would be slashing 1,000 jobs to keep the lights on. Fortnite's not doing so good. Fuck off. What he's doing is he's trying to cut costs in the US because he wants to be keeping his dollar bills, because he is still the majority owner of Epic, right? He is a billionaire. They will be getting rid of a bunch of features inside of Epic, inside of Fortnite, predominantly the racing mode based off of Rocket League, but not Rocket League. The Counter-Strike for kids, the Kids Bot Counter-Strike Ballistic, and the rhythm game versus mode. Not the rhythm game stuff, but just the versus mode. Well, and Bismarck, it's not just they raised V-Buck prices, but the price of in-game, cosmetics is fucking ridiculous. One of the things that was pointed out over the weekend is that there is a Fortnite crossover with Peak, the little game that could. Peak as a game costs $8, or right now, if you want to get it during the Steam Spring Sale, let me just make sure my math is correct, it would cost you $5 American dollary dues. A single skin of one of the climbers from Peak costs $20 in Fortnite. And well, Catastros, it's to put it into context, it's so hard. Because the thing is, like, in the past, a huge studio closure like this would affect the whole industry, and we've always come together, you know? I remember studios in the past closing and there being, like, job fairs. Are people actually going, like, recruiters going to that studio, setting up tables, helping people find work? But there's no... The thing is, there's no one else to bring these folks together. Epic have the money. Fortnite is making billions. Both are $8 and $5, which is both $5. Yeah. It's just, I can't... The thing I'm trying not to actually, like, spit fat fucking curses over is this... It's this false poverty. It's this, oh, we're so whittle. We're Epic Games. We need to charge more for our V-Bucks. We can't keep the servers on. Fuck the actual fuck off. You have made so much money. You've made a sickening amount of money. You could afford to do so much. And the decision was like, you know what? Fuck all these thousands of people. Fuck their lives. Fuck their livelihoods. At a time when people so desperately need some fucking stability. Because what? You know? Urine speaks louder than words, and I would never actually throw piss on Tim Sweeney, and I would never tell anybody they should, for realsies, fill up a plastic bottle with urine and yeet it at him at Mark 3. See, like Catastros, it's all bad everywhere. That is very true. But like, what is so infuriating about this is that the companies that have the resources to weather the storm are choosing not to, because fuck us, I guess. You know, if your company is running at a point where you have 1,000 people you can just afford to lose, what the fuck were you doing in the first place? Well, so Martin, this is the thing that we know is that they're kind of not, you know, a games company with no people is no game at all. You know, at a corporate level, a lot of these fucking cosplaying as Paul billionaire shitlord asshole bastards seem to be under this impression that a games company is, I don't know, like a fucking steel mill or something that, like, so long as the steel comes in, the steel goes out. What they're selling are games, creativity, and I don't know. Tim's probably drinking yak's piss or something like that. He's probably got, like, so many worms in his brain that sloshes when he walks. He's got the fucking look of the fucking AI-riddled piss brain. But my point being is, like, he went through this whole thing where he tried to convince everybody that he had this Beatles moment, which turned Fortnite into the huge juggernaut that it was. No! Now, I do not know who it was that implemented the Battle Royale mode, but I know they did it just for the fucking shits and giggles. I'm just gonna say this just in case anybody doesn't know, but Fortnite was not a flagship project. Fortnite was the cursed child, despised by all, sent out to die. Fortnite was going to be Cliffy B's baby. Cliffy B had made his name doing Gears of War and being the guy. You know, he was the Frosted Tips offspring wannabe of video games. And for some reason, that worked. Okay. And after he finished doing Gears of War, I guess his reward at Epic was he was going to get to do his own thing. It was going to be a voxely craft and survival game where you and your friends run around this very colourful world by day, collecting resources, and by night, You would build your fortification against the undead. That was the game. Now, we don't know the specifics of what happened, but knowing Cliffy's ego and things like that, he obviously got into a big old fat tiff with, the folks in charge. And that went down probably about as well as you can expect. He would eventually quit to form, I think it was Boss Key was his, with the incredibly ill-fated Lawbringers, Judge Makers, or whatever the fuck it was called. Which would go on to make its own mistakes. But after that point, Epic had already announced Fortnite. It was a thing. It was out there in the public consciousness, and for whatever reason, they had to deliver on it. So it basically became the no-budget punishment project. People were shuffled onto Fortnite and just left there. It reached a point where the execs had basically said, right, you've been fucking about in this game 4 years, you are putting this out, and then we are putting it down. And so Fortnite gets released with what has now become known as Fortnite Save the World, and it was a mess. It was a kind of tower defense, but not wave-based zombie crafty thing. Reflective, what's sound welcome. Viral systems AI generated piss. I read that as Al generated piss, and I'm like, I haven't spoken to Al in ages, but I don't think he's gonna want to shit piss across the world, but I'll ask him. But the point being is that Fortnite launched as a complete mess and was going to be put down. It was sent out to die. It was unfinished. It was a mess. And then someone on that team put a Battle Royale mode in when PUBG was spiking in success, and it took off like a wildfire. And that's what happens in games sometimes, alright? That's fine. Sweeney has tried to retell the story like him and a bunch of the other execs came up with the idea in an Uber ride, and by the time they got back, they'd had this Beatles moment. Fuck off! Fuck all the way off. And now, I guess he's just been huffing that vat of yak's piss so hard that he believes it. He believes he can get rid of 1,000 people, he destroy 1,000 lives, but it's fine because he was the genius. He was the guy. He's the fucking... I don't know which the good Beatle was. He's the Ringo Starr. He read Thomas the Tank Engine. He was my hero. And so to see this and know that Epic Games have enough money in the war chest that they can just tank it.
Stop that incessant clicking.
J-Post, that's fucking cool of you. Thank you. And this is where it's coming back to, is like, Martin, I know you meant it more as a joke, like, weathering the storm, but for the shareholders. It's not. They're warming themselves by burning food. Yeah, they're going to weather the storm, but what's going to be left when they come back? Anyway. It fucking sucks. For a long time, we had this concept of what's called the Seattle Mafia. Now, this was a term that was used in video games because the Seattle Indies space was bumping, but it was backed up because you had people who worked at Microsoft on Xbox directly. You had people who worked at Epic. You had folks who worked at Bungie. We had the people who were working over at Facebook and shit like that when they were still pretending to make games, right? We had these massive powerhouses, and those massive powerhouses were helping kind of keep everything afloat because, like, look, I want to tell you that the Seattle, indie scene is maintained by just creativity and good vibes. It's not. It's maintained by money, And that industry, that knowledge, those people have gone. There isn't an indie games industry to support these folks. Now, maybe they've all been working on their own projects. Maybe those projects will be successful, but the amount of speed with which they will have to bring things together is wild. Oh, what, J-Post? Firstly, thank you again for Reflective. Secondly, what? Who and welcome! And, yeah, busting makes me feel good. I hope it does for you too. It's just wild to me because, like, the Japanese games industry saw a massive downturn coming out of the 2000s into the 2010s. Like, people were not buying JRPGs, people were not buying very Japanese-focused titles. The American studios were dominating. And they had a hard fucking time of it. Now, the wheel has turned. You know? Japan is set to be where the good single-player games are coming from, the big sellers, the big releases. South Korea and China are pretty much going to dominate multiplayer games. The indie scene is still going to be bumping, but it's not going to have that same kind of cohesive focus that it had. You know, there isn't going to be the same amount of industry to support these like really creative like ecosystems like there were, and it's this it's infuriating, you know. Sure, we've got the Slay the Spire folks who are local, and we've got some other folks who are local. They're real cool, but you know, I think the Stardew bloke is local as well. But like, he was supported by his wife. She went, all right, you can make your little Harvest Moon game, and you have to get a real job. And now it's not that, you know, some cool indies will rebuild, but some incredibly creative folks also have, you know, homes and lives. It is very hard to keep a home together on in an independent life. Don't ask me how I know, because I know. The reason why it's not weathering the storm is because there won't be an ecosystem for them to return to. No one's going to want to come to any of these big studios because, like, you know, maybe, let's say the US turns its shit around. Let's say things suddenly shift. Who's going to want to emigrate to the US, even if things turn around, knowing that someone like Sweeney has no qualms in just culling everybody, right? Small studios having to cut 50 people to stay afloat is completely understandable. It must be fucking heartbreaking. Right? And a lot of studios have had to do that, but this is numbers on paper. The amount of money that Epic brings in is ridiculous. And this is so that at the end of the fiscals, they can be like, line go up, line go up. So Sweeney's gonna run his fucking mouth on fucking Twitter. And they just fixed the whole fucking Google shit. Like, Fortnite is now available on Android and iOS again, right? The amount of users who will now be able to give them yet more money has just increased. And so by dropping 1,000 jobs, Epic can spend that time at the end of the fiscal and be like, well, look how good our numbers are. Oh, we've done so well. Who's going to make the games, Tim? Who's making your Fortnites? Which is why these fucking horseshit bastard wankstains were so desperate to cram AI into everything, because then they can turn it into a steel mill. Then they can just turn energy into money. It's not about creating anything. It's not about supporting anything. fucking exhausting. Martin, I know what the real reasons are. You know? I know it, you know it. Okay. It gets overwhelming. And the thing is, like, alright, I am scraping by. Like, I am counting the dollars. I felt like Mr. Moneybags the other day because I was like, hey, if we want to buy some incredibly affordable Dick's hamburgers, we can. Yeah, money's on Will. I'm literally counting the dollars. But my shit's more stable. That's insane. That's insane. There are so many friends who are insanely talented and insanely brilliant. You know? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm just bigging up the homies because I didn't get to see everybody and I miss them something fierce. But, you know, there's always that feeling, especially at, you know, GDC and PAX, when you're talking with someone and you just that realization of like, holy shit, this person really is one of those geniuses that they talk about. This person really is that good. And it is infuriating to see these juggernauts that could continue to support an industry and could continue to keep the lights on for so many folks. Just go, nah, number go up. Number go up. Like, and I promise you, Tim's gonna be running his fucking mouth about something else in a week or two. He basically got a gag order after the whole thing with Google, where he's not allowed to say anything about Google. He's not allowed to say bad things about Google anymore. And it was very funny to read him kind of like chomping at the bit, because that's all he does. He made his billions, and now he sits on Twitter making everybody else's lives more miserable. Like what? I can only assume that an accumulation of wealth actually does create some kind of medical phenomenon where worms start to eat your fucking brain. And maybe it's wherever empathy is stored in the brain, that's where it just like the worms spread out from there. You know, and the idea that he's going to do good by anyone, no, he's not. He's not even doing good by the people in his own company. Sorry, so it was less piss boiling, more just like impotent rage. Okay, sorry, just taking a breath and a beat. The annoying thing, however, is like we're also at this mad spike in creativity, and it's wild to see that there have never been more people playing more video games than ever before. You know, at a corporate level, they're having this insane panic over what are they calling it? Like the attention economy? The idea that everybody is battling for your attention every second of every day. So how can they do it? You know, it was like, shit, I'm trying to remember the exact quote, but it was like a plan for how to like replace every meal with Skittles or some shit. Because like every food that you're eating that isn't Skittles is money taken away from Skittles. Shit. Skittles wasn't the actual product. I'm trying to remember it. But like, some fucking insane horseshit. And like, again, the quality and quantity and variety of games and the number of people playing games has never been higher. Gaming is no longer one thing. It is not a hobby like Warhammer minis or you know, model planes. It is an art form and a form of culture. It's also why the whole Saudi investment fund is still one of my big pain points, because essentially a group with philosophies violently different to my own is essentially trying to buy culture and wash it through. Yeah. Although I'm always hesitant to reference Idiocracy, because ultimately the philosophy of Idiocracy is essentially eugenics. So, well, everybody quotes Idiocracy and everyone forgets the introduction, where it sets forth the thesis of the film is that smart, good people are not having babies, but dumb, stupid, shit people are having babies. Okay, sorry. I'm not intentionally being prickly. It's just... Alright. Alright, last bit of... That's not really piss to boil. So Marathon's doing great. Marathon's doing really good. The Cryo Archives dropped end of last week. The way in which they've been doing story updates and the ilk seems to have been really cool. I know that Sony is waiting to put a bullet in the back of its head. And I don't know what excuse they're going to give, and I don't know what reason. It at least makes me smile that something as wildly creative as Marathon, in terms of, you know, visual style, narrative, gameplay, etc., is going to be their final fist in the air, that iconic fist grasping a wrench. It's going to be good. It's a good high note to leave on, but it's infuriating because we're going to have a round of this when Sony's like, actually, we're going to dissolve Bungie and we're going to dissolve it into all the other pieces. And I have no reason to believe that, other than that is the playbook of everyone right now. It sucks. Okay, that was the last of me, I want to say fightiness, last of my rage. You know? I will say that since I have been far more the streamer than the industry person, even with all the research and stuff, like, you know, I haven't worked on anything directly pretty much since Cosmic Crowbar. And even then, I wasn't super involved. Like, it's so hard to pass the huge success stories and the ever increasing hunger for games and experiences and cool shit. And then the industry being like, no, we can't afford to keep these people even with our squillion-dollar budgets. I haven't got as many billions as I deserve. You know, I want to start throwing some bricks. Well, I always want to start throwing some bricks, but... Okay. So, I didn't see anything else doing the rounds that we desperately needed to tear into. Apparently there's going to be an EverQuest 1999 drop-in. Dandelion, Outer Wilds is exceptional. But I mean, that's the thing. All games are art. It's just some is commercial art, some is cracked out weird nonsense, and some of it is utterly beautiful. Some of it is repugnant, but it's still art. It Has My Face is going to be getting its version 1, which would be a very interesting thing to go back to. Yes, Fearless. Some games are art. Sorry, all games are art, but some games are art. Exactly. Ultimately, all games convey an emotion, convey a feeling. It's just not always good. If my ramblings about Arena Breakout encouraged you to give it a try, and you went, I really don't like the other people part of this. Apparently, Arena Breakout Infinite is being developed solely for me, Will Overguard. The next update is adding weird SCP/Stalker style anomalies. You know, like that other game I talk about sometimes. And it will be adding solo and squad-based PvE missions. Now, how you'll get into those, I don't know, but I'm gonna have a fucking great time. The release schedule continues to be wild. The 4 games that have dropped since last we have hung out with is Nothing Beyond This Point, Dungeon Bodega Simulator. You run a small little item shop deep in the heart of a dungeon, and this mother hubbard, No Vacation for the Executioner. Now, I haven't had hands-on with it, so I don't know if its mixed reviews are fair or otherwise, but it's a slow, stodgy, Mad World, Troidvania. Burton says, which other games are you talking about, Will? He says in a defeated voice. I guess we'll never know. Now, this is a game that wears all of its influences on its sleeves, and it looks very rough around the edges, but I'll take this over generated horse piss any day of the week. I made the mistake of looking at Tencent's AI-generated tech they've been using for anime and video games. If you take my advice, just don't. Just don't. You don't need to get mad about it. You don't have to get mad about it. Journey of the Garden of the Rose, which I haven't had a chance to get stuck into, but Renegade Sector has been doing this whole kind of like, I don't know, pastel up to 1,000 style for a bunch of different games. And this one looks like a full adventure. One of my favorite titles in their series, which I haven't had the chance to show you all, but for the title is called Be Not Afraid, but Run. Now, I'm not saying this game is going to be everybody's cup of tea. Creepy Guy Licks a Flower. Thanks, Patches, but a wrong'un. But if you look at the lineup that Renegade Sector Games, which is predominantly one person has been doing this style of game, doing like, you know, pretty much a game a year for some time. You know, I picked up And All Would Cry Beware, which I was very impressed with. But it's just another example of finding your creative verse through making titles and having fun with it. Yeah. Oh. Friends, do you want some imported piss to boil? Because, Jess, do you want to talk about the moon?
Oh! Let me. You know what? Let me just.
Okay, what was the name of the game?
Tiny Miseries or Misery. Tiny Misery. I think it's a little bit. Yeah,
Okay,
that
so
one.
I'm gonna show you this, and you're gonna go, wow! And then,
I'm gonna talk my shit.
so this is Tiny Misery. How cool does this look?
Just enjoy it.
Just enjoy it.
Enjoy it while it lasts because I'm going to piss on it. Literally. On this Twitch.tv.
So, as some of you may or may not know, both, like, Jess is as much of an indie sicko as I am. Yesterday, we're doing our thing, like, I'm getting the schedule ready, you're doing a deep dive of research, and you found their previous game.
Thing is I wasn't even doing any. I was just doing what I normally do. I switched between itch and Steam to kind of find what the weird stuff is that people aren't really talking about, right? You do a different form, a vein of horror than I do. It's whatever.
We're at this point now where we can kind of... So yeah, Chona says, so it's got AI shit in it.
Oh.
Hang on, I gotta pull up the... Alright,
Well,
what's the name of it?
I have the thing, but
Okay.
we gotta go back. We're gonna start here. I stumbled into this, okay? This is what I found. And I was like, oh, that's kind of neat, whatever, weird. I like the style of it, the coloring, the story's weird, cool.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, let me check that out. Wishlisted, cool. There's nothing disclosed, so I'm like, cool, love that. All right. However, I saw this, right? I'm like, oh, okay, cool, let's check it out. Let's go. Let's find it.
A sick mother and her young son move into the home of a lonely old woman. A tragic story inspired, that's gonna come up,
Now,
inspired
So-
by dark puppet animations of the
of
80s
course,
and 90s.
now mind you, as someone who's very particular about words being used in very specific ways, when you say inspired, that's very specific, okay?
Yeah.
So we're gonna come down here and you're like, fuck. All right, AI, auto-ignore, fuck it. However, I took my screenshot of this, I took my screenshot of the AI disclosure, and I posted it on Blue Sky. And I was like, nobody's gonna give a fuck, it's fine. I don't really get interactions on Blue Sky. I do it for the love of it, okay? I find myself funny. So, I mind my business. I then recover from the feeling of, that's a letdown. And now I don't want to play the other one either. And I continue about my business. I'm scrolling, I go onto itch, I start messing with my stuff. I'm like, I need to edit my profile. So it's like, hey, you can add your Blue Sky here. I'm like, okay, let me go copy and paste my Blue Sky. To which I stepped into 20 notifications. Now, in those notifications was an individual who's like, you know what? I recognize that art. I don't know if you want to pull up the thing. I recognize the art. I'm like, oh shit.
What's the name of it?
The Sandman. If you just open up the thing, you could literally just click the links, but 1992, yeah. To which they gave me a YouTube link to this.
This is The Sandman.
Now, this little opening part doesn't really, once you start getting there,
Yeah.
pause. Yeah, bring it back just a little bit.
This was the point.
Immediately, it's a couple screenshots in, I think you might be able to find it.
There.
Right there. That's the first thing. And I'm like, okay, all right. Not to mention the coloring of the game to the little the movie there, the link, is pretty much identical. Okay, all right, cool. So I keep watching. Mind you, pause. Let me just navigate. The lighting, like the coloring, okay? Coloring, exact. Moon, exact. Right?
I think the bedroom is the bit that's the most egregious.
Oh, we'll get there. But, I'm like, all right. I'm gonna put it right here for a minute. Where's the thingy? Boop. And we're gonna let it play. We'll let it play for a little bit because you further you get into it, you're like, damn, alright, fuck. Inspired. The word inspired in quotations is what keeps showing up in my head where I'm like, alright. Inspired is loosely used here. Loosely. Yeah.
Alright, got it.
Oh yeah, you do the thing. I don't want your shit to get whatever. And then.
So yeah, from the lantern.
It's not just it's the lantern, it's the stairs, it's the bedpost, it's the things. But if you keep it going, and you get to a very specific moment, there's a frame-to-frame comparison that caused my brain to spaz the fuck out. Like, all art is an inspiration from something. It just is at this point.
All right, hang on. You're
gonna have to move it past, yeah.
Here we go. There.
Boom.
Now, is it on one of the screens? We'll have to go into the video.
I think that is in the video.
Oh, there's the stairs.
Yeah. It's in the video somewhere. And that's not the most damning of it. We're still gonna get to the one that caused my brain to spaz. It might not even be there. Okay, I don't know. Words have multiple different meanings, and you know what I fucking mean. I'm not being offensive. Moving on. Jesus fuck.
Where is it? Where's the...
I don't know where the fuck it is. Move on. Go to the door.
Okay.
I don't really care too much about the bed. I care about the door. Keep it. Where is it in here? Did you pass it?
Must have. Cause it's the close up on the door. Is it there?
No, it's like a frame by frame
Okay.
that I put in my fucking post.
Okay, I'll bring that up.
Thank you. Ooh, you asked me to come over here and talk about it.
Okay, here we go. To bring for simplifications. Here is the door from the Steam page. There is the door from the original 1992 movie. They've literally gone to an AI slot machine and gone, make me this as a 3D asset.
It's not inspired anything. It's literally, let me take everything from bare bones of this movie, or short, or whatever it is you want to call it, and just have a computer generate me a game. Like, this is what I mean when it's like, if you don't care enough about your art, your creation, your project, why do I have to? Like, why do I have to care? You didn't even put any effort into this. This isn't even your story. It's not your art, it's not your story, it's not anything. And then you have the audacity to not only put it out here thinking that no one's gonna fucking know, but then say it's inspired by the dark puppet animations of the 80s, 90s. You should say a tragic story, even if you wanted to still be a Nimrod, if you wanted to say it's inspired by The Sandman, 1992. That's still wrong because it's not inspired by anything. It's ripped directly.
Like, on the shoulders of giants, right? Like, without the visual stylings of Brazil, like, we wouldn't have the iconic style of the Combine cities in Half-Life 2, you know? But this isn't on the shoulders of giants. This is wholesale taking things and having the slot machine pop it out for you and then being like, oh, it's just loosely inspired. No, it's stolen. God, that's so weird. But yeah, it's fucking wild. And again, with a lot of these, the disclosure just says the creation of some in-game models, some. This is just Ratatouille the giant. I'd play the shit out of that game. By rapidly iterating.
Exactly. Like, and the thing is, and it sucks, and it's like, you know, this is like, no wonder I like it. If you go to the original media source, it's folklore Tim Burton. Yeah, heck yeah, I liked it.
It's, yeah.
I'm honestly, I guarantee you it's probably even the same story.
Yeah.
I don't know, because I haven't actually watched the original source material outside of skimming to.
Yeah, we haven't seen Mr. Moonface in here yet, but yeah, the one that caused me to like want to spit curses is in here. It's the same windows in the bedroom.
Windows, the style from the crossbar, and you might say, oh, okay, well, if it's inspired by a specific time period and a very specific part of the world, then okay, yeah, fair. Architecture makes sense that it would be similar, but it's the lighting, it's within the context of it, it's all bad.
Yeah.
It's just bad. And I can understand taking an aesthetic. Like Leo should, like, I get taking an aesthetic.
But yes, pointless copying is not, it's not anything creative, it's not anything informed, it's not, you're not trying to say or do anything. Like, the idea of taking a cartoon that you saw as a child from the 90s, a stop motion thing that shit you up, and then trying to recreate it as a game, as a horror game from a first person, fuck yeah.
Heck yeah.
Going to the slot machine and having them generate that just is just like heartless fucking theft. And the amount of bullshitting that one must do to oneself to be like, no, it's fine. We need to define the difference between these two pictures. Yeah, this one slopified that one.
And honestly, I think there needs to be actual serious legal repercussions for stuff like this. And I know Steam doesn't take stands on stuff. Like, you know, they just do stuff in the back end. They don't make a big stink about things, but there needs to be something for stuff like this, because, you know, this is how stuff like this ends up becoming popular and getting awards or getting super recognition, because there's no, what is the negative? Some negative public opinion?
Yeah.
That's all you get?
Now the thing is, the reason why they've been able to get through this without risking it is that this was a 1991 stop motion film created by Paul Berry, who is most known for The Wind in the Willows. He was an animator on The Nightmare Before Christmas, and James and the Giant Peach, and Monkey Bone.
That actually makes sense. No wonder my little heart was like, yay!
Oh, he also worked. The Devil Went Down to Georgia was also him.
Oh.
Huh,
Well,
cool.
the music video from
the
Primus.
Primus music video with the iconic stop motion. So yeah, this is that like proto, what has now become known as Tim Burton style.
And he's not even alive to fucking defend his work.
And it was put out on Channel 4. It was nominated for an Oscar for Best Animated Short. Yeah.
It's just, at this point where we sit, the only negative part is negative public opinion for stuff like this. And unfortunately, that doesn't always mean bad sales.
No, the problem is that sometimes trying to highlight someone's horseshittery can end up giving them far more attention and coverage they would have gotten. But this one was just fucking messy as.
And I want a reply. Like, I want them to try to fight me in the discussion comments. I want them to. Because I just want to know if I'm going to get fought. If they're going to put an AI bot in there to actually throw hands with me. Because I don't believe you have any creativity in any type of response. Or defending of your not actual art.
Yeah. And the thing is, the reason why it's not pulling from like The Nightmare Before Christmas or some shit like that is because they get sued into the ground. You know, they're pulling from something that they know there's no one left to defend.
Well, they expect people to not be able to make the connection, not understanding. Who do you think is in the game market buying games right now?
It's weirdos.
Hello?
It's us.
It's mentally ill millennials for the most part. Like, who do you think is buying these games? You thought you were gonna just like nobody's gonna pay attention to what I've done. Do
Nobody-
not look behind the
Nobody's
curtain.
gonna know. They're gonna know. Nobody's gonna know.
It's just, it's frustrating to say the least, because
Yeah. Oh, what Laoshi is like that style. Apparently, I was just skim reading, but it comes from like a style of like German Impressionism. Is where the Burton style comes from, where that like animated short got its style. But what's so wild about it is the person copying it doesn't get it. So they've copied everything aesthetically, but they copied everything like in terms of its layout and its structure, but lost the aesthetics because the machine doesn't get aesthetics.
well, there's that too, and then also taking into account like going off of the performing certain framing and lighting and themes is to further tell a story without, like a book, you can describe it.
Yeah.
A visual medium, you have to show it.
Yeah, and from what I saw, no one really talks in it. It's not a...
Not from what I, I don't know if there's voice acting. Well, even if there is, who voice acted it? But there is just text, from what I understand.
But yeah, that was our big discovery on yesterday, and I find these fascinating because yeah, it's a title that is desperately hoping that no one pays attention enough to see how much of it is stolen. Not adapted, stolen.
Inspired. Only some models were created with AI. Only some.
And then we can literally see him show. It's like, yeah.
Yeah. No. Anyways.
No, I mean that was your find. Thank you for sharing.
That was my find. Blah blah blah. All right. I'll leave now.
You don't have to.
No, whatever.
I'm not making you leave.
No.
It's gonna be Quokka time soon enough. Okay, so yes, so friends, that's game news for the week. This is why these weeks feel like they're a month long. Is there was a time when this would be the big news thing for the month. You know, we did have a spree of. We've had some plagiarism scandals in the games industry before. You know, I was trying to remember why we're always cautious with the 7 Days to Die dev team, and it's because they jacked a bunch of assets from the Killing Floor and had to pull the game for a bit while they changed him. It's a fucking wild time. If there's anything that I haven't covered that you want to talk about, like, now's the time. Oh yes, I did see OpenAI shutting down Sora because Disney are like,
But all those TikToks I saw that were made by Sora were so good.
they were so good.
They were just amazing.
I mean, the bubble is collapsing. This is the thing. I don't know if we'll get a "we got him" moment. We didn't get a "we got him" moment with NFTs.
That's the thing. I don't think we will. It'll just be a we know, and at least I feel like I said something.
Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna get a heartfelt, warm, happy ending.
Yeah, like Mr. Nvidia isn't going to be marched off in handcuffs at some point, you know. We're not that lucky. But God, it's funny to watch. Okay, I haven't seen anything else going down. See, I think that's the long and short of it. I know there's probably some video gamery news that I'm forgetting. But fuck it, we've got plenty of time today. We've got long cutscenes coming, and we've got mischief aplenty. I'm not gonna bore you all talking about my Death Stranding coffee table book. Just be aware that if Death Stranding 2 is a thing you all want to be watching, I'm going to be taking a lot of screenshots. And once we get in-game, basically we're going to be weapons free on talking about the first game. But also, again, Death Stranding's not really a game of reveals, right? It doesn't turn out that, I don't know, Norman Reedus is Darth Revan. Mine says, no, do tell us about the coffee table. Are we, do you actually want me to show it off? All right, I'll show it off real quick, but I won't, I'll try not to fucking bang on about it. If you are heading out to avoid spoilers or what have you, just, let me know. You got a couple minutes before we get onto it. But yeah, this was one of my projects from a million years ago now. Like, I'm actually starting to rank my life with, like, moods. But yeah, I made a coffee table book of all the screenshots I took when we went through Death Stranding, and all of the like in-game photography stuff. And I'm really proud of it. It's an incredibly, I've always hated the term incredibly cinematic when talking about video games, right? Because, oh man, this video game is so good, it looks like a movie. I'm glad we don't have to hear that anymore. But honestly, one of the things that really impressed me with the first Death Stranding is it is an open world game set in totally not Iceland, actually it's America. That is very lovely of all to say nice things about it. I don't take good screenshots. I take screenshots that I like, but I still remember when I was doing product photos for one particular title, one of the team took me aside and was like, are we not doing rule of thirds anymore? And I was like, yeah, but I want to focus on this bit. And they're like, yeah, cool, Will. The bit that you want to focus on is like this note bit here, and the rest of the frame is almost fucking empty. And I'm like, yeah, but I like this bit here. But the thing I wanted to highlight was that with Death Stranding 1, there were so many moments where in what feels like an open world game, even though you, the player, have complete control of your camera, complete control of where you go and what you do, actually, it's all been very cleverly set up. You've been funneled into a beautiful scene with an unfurling landscape, and it's gorgeous. Now, I don't know if Death Stranding 2 will be able to keep that vibe. There seems to be a lot of... This one particular does seem to have a few like straight out jabs at Metal Gear Solid. And I'm not 1,000% sure how it's going to go down, but I'm happy to find out with you all. So, all right, with Death Stranding 2, I'm going to play through this regardless. Whether or not this is something that we do on stream or off stream, it's up to your lovely selves, all right? Sorry, and Catastros, have a lovely rest of your night. It's always good to see you, friend, and fucking thank you. The original Death Stranding is not a game of plot points. It ultimately, the plot of it doesn't matter. It is the feeling of it. You go from one side of the other of America. It's not, it's Iceland. And you reconnect everybody. You literally build bridges. And your character's name is Sam Bridges, Porter Bridges. Like, there's no subtlety in this. But ultimately, all of the characters are simultaneously the dumbest and most heartfelt. You know, we have Die Hard Man and what is it, Heart Die Man or whatever his fucking name is. And they're so dumb in their naming convention. And then by the end of it, you're like, oh man, he's always looking for his wife and kid. That's why he keeps going back to the beach. Die Hardman and Dead Man. Yeah, that's also, at least the first one, did not have any of the Kojima weirdness in it, which was nice. When Metal Gear Solid 4 drops on PC, a lot of people are going to have a lot of very strong words about the Beauty and the Beast unit. But that's somebody else's problem to deal with. So yeah, if there's no other game nonsense or otherwise, like, let's just get started and see how we find this. Again, I know this is a very big AAA project, and I didn't have a better way to describe Death Stranding 1 other than like the most expensive indie game I've ever played. But just because it felt weird and creative, and it had no problems. It had no problems standing for something. Do you know what I mean? Like, it had no subtlety about it. But it had no problems, like, standing for something. Like, Rod, sir, that's entirely fine. Glad I could be vaguely interesting with some video game banter and whatnot. And I don't know. Obviously, there's a lot more to video games right now than simply just, you know, the decimation that we're seeing in these huge companies. You know, we are seeing incredibly creative, incredibly interesting. Shit. Friends, which one is the... Okay, I'm looking at the fucking... Which one is the absolute horse shit for upscaling? Hopefully I'll be able to set this once we get in, because this is all fine. As I don't want upscaling. It's Pico, DLSS, FSR, and XS. Horse shit for upscaling needs to be a preset in a graphics game. Yeah. I've obviously got frame generation turned off and all of that fucking horse shit. Alright. We'll tweak it once we get in. Tweak it once we get in. Hopefully that's all we need. Alright. I guess we're here. I am still salty about the PlayStation logo before Marathon, knowing that when the axe drops, it'll be them that does it. Okay. Okay. There we go, that looks... Okay. Update details. Okay, here we go. This is what happens when you micromanage your team into oblivion. You get a lot of extra settings. I'm thinking of doing the portable settings just so that you all can actually see. But if it ends up being too large, then we'll go from there. Okay. Orzine, what and welcome. Hello, hello. All right. I think we're almost ready to go. I might pour myself a quick coffee before we get started. Game title has been updated. Do we want to do a Death Stranding recap? It does that. See if I can change it so it doesn't pause when we... Course not. Course not. Ah, well. Ah, well. So recap might be helpful. Okay. So friends, if you need to, grab a tea, grab a coffee, the blood of enemies who've wronged you. Because remember, hydration starts at home. And you can't throw piss at people if you don't have piss to make. So, I'll be back in just a sec. All right, you lovely Mother Hubbards. Coffee has been poured. You're right, Phyllis. You could throw piss at people in Death Stranding 1. You can also see the places where the most people have peed. I will be keeping the online features on unless they end up being weird and toxic.
I play polymerization. I combine Viking blonde, helium, and phosphorus. Now come forth. Will he pee?
That's so bad. While I was ultimately going for a periodic table joke, I'm just like, they turned me into the Hindenburg. They Hindenburged me. The humanity. The humanity. Okay. Let's do a Death Stranding recap before we begin our adventure. If any of you don't need that, again, now's the time to brew your tea, grab your snacks, pop to the beach.
Perhaps you remember me. That's right. It's Dead Man. The world, as you know, is in awful shape. It's all because of the Death Stranding.
If you're peeing helium, consult a doctor. We could do with that.
To find their way into our midst.
Albus,
crossing
thank
over
you.
From the other side.
Explosive
We call
pee.
these entities BTs. Beached things. When they came into contact with the living, the result was instant annihilation. A void out, leaving nothing but a massive crater in its wake.
BT as in things that have come from the beach of the dead. That crater he's looking at there, a void out, is something that could happen not just in narrative but in gameplay. If you killed someone, like shot them dead, and did not dispose of their body properly, it would leave a literal crater in the map for the rest of your game. I still think that's one of the coolest fucking things. Like, in a game which talks all about how loss is terrible, this is the literal crater that death leaves in its wake. Metaphors are for fucking cowards.
But that was only the beginning. Strange rain fell from the sky, rapidly aging everything it touched. A phenomenon we came to know as timefall. Structures would rust and collapse, and people grew old in an instant. The world transformed into something completely unrecognizable. Those who survived these changes came to fear both timefall and BTs alike. They withdrew into the remaining cities, which in turn closed their doors to outsiders. People ceased to travel and stopped meeting in person. They grew distant from one another and became further isolated. The social, cultural, and political bonds between humans began to crumble.
God. This is very much... Ooh, sorry?
What?
Oh god, I'm hearing things.
Yeah, I haven't said.
Okay. Yes, these are Garth Marenghi tier metaphors.
The Death Stranding was hastening humanity's extinction. Seeing this, Bridget Strand, the last president of the United States of America, founded Bridges, an organization committed to making America whole again and providing a future for all humankind. However, Bridget died before she could realize this ambition. It was you, Sam, who took up her cause and resolved to see it through. Sam, the humble porter, who also possessed the unique powers of a repatriate, the one and only person who could save humanity. So with Bridges' Cupid in hand, and accompanied by the bridge baby Lou, you embarked on a journey across North America.
Oh yeah, no, you're a repatriate. Don't worry about that. It means you have super magical beach powers.
Of course, you had struggles of your own, often phosphorophobia, or the fear of being touched. The despair of having lost everything was just too much. But despite it all, you strive to bring people together.
See, and this is where, like, how you tell a story, how you unfurl these characters is what makes games different. Because this is some grade A brick cheese, right? This is frozen high velocity sharp cheddar. Like, his fear of being touched is more than just, you know, like, oh, like he will physically break out in a rash if anyone so much as like brushes him, you know. And it's where I think like that kind of Norman Reedus style of like very internal reserved character that he plays in so many of his roles works so well with this. And, you know, this is a recap's not doing it justice, but I guess it's good for plot points. Probably shouldn't argue with Die
By
Hardman.
extending the chiral network across the length and breadth of the continent, you would enable the rebirth of the United States as the United Cities of America. You were also to rescue Bridget's daughter, Amelie, who had been taken captive by
Amelie?
terrorists.
She cook an egg with a
These
spoon.
were the vital missions you were entrusted with, Sam.
Yeah. And Amelie's both shit and not shit, if I remember rightly. She's simultaneously Bridget and Amelie. Hang on.
We, your friends at Bridges, did everything we could to support your efforts. There was our director, Die Hardman, a close associate of Bridget, who was dedicated to fulfilling her final wishes. His commitment to American Reconstructionism was absolute, and for that he was named the first president of the UCA.
Yeah, and this is also, I've turned up the subtitles to be portable friendly, like large font. Also, just a very quick note, the gentleman who plays Die Hardman actually popped into stream a couple times during our run through. Wildly talented bloke.
And of course, Sam, the incomparable Deadman, yours truly. I'd like to think we became the best of
Die
friends.
Hardman's my favorite
As you may
Pikmin.
recall, I was born from an artificial womb, and over the course of my life, was the recipient of numerous organ transplants. I've always got on with the dead. I used to be a coroner. Anyway, I pushed myself physically and mentally to help you and your BB, Lou.
True, he did help the baby. And there's a whole section where you get pulled into like nightmarish meat World War II France, and he's running about with your baby. That was a wild time.
Mama and Lakna were twin sisters, as you may remember. Skilled scientists who developed the Cupid, which was essential for chiral network expansion. A personal tragedy caused the two of them to grow apart. But they've since reconciled, with both their souls residing in the same body.
Man, how is the recap of this significantly worse than it should be? Okay, so Deadman as a character is kind of like the discussion of, you know, he is the culmination of what was left behind for him, you know, organ donors, you know, organ donors, a strange upbringing, this weird almost kind of, what's the term? He has a weird synchronicity with Dead. Lockney and Mama is that, you know, is about the loss of siblings. That, you know, someone you grew up with and grew close with is never truly gone. You know, these were some heavy topics. The fact that it's been summed up in a, it's okay, they're both souls are resting in the same body now. Oh, I'm gonna fight the last time on Death Stranding.
Ah, Hartman. Every 21 minutes his soul departs his physical form, and for 3 minutes his body is clinically dead. During this temporary death, his soul is sent to the beach. That's why he knows more about the beach and the Death Stranding than anyone else. His knowledge proved indispensable in the execution of your mission, Sam.
And he's like, again, this is one of those great examples of a character that's simultaneously fucking stupid and fucking brilliant. Heartman. His favorite thing is to do the little heart because he has he has a resuscitator on his chest. All of his media is all designed to be consumed in under 20 minutes. So he has like TV shows and short books and things like that. But the other thing being is that his wife and child were taken by the Stranding and they went into the water and he couldn't follow. For some reason, he's still tied to the living, so he can't depart. You know, he's very much about the, you know, those of us who have lost people who we cannot follow, you know. Nick, you did, I mean, the piss boiling was very much of the descriptor that you would expect, and trash can fighter as well. You know, we did an hour and a half of hot boiled piss. I'm just mad, impotent rage. Yes, Alnus, he can't follow and is now torn between two worlds. And again, like, my life has changed a lot since I played Death Stranding, and there's a few of these characters that I've come to understand a lot better. This last time on Death Stranding is not doing it justice. If your impotent rage lasts longer than 12 hours, you see a doctor. I just want you to know, Reflective made the same joke. Yeah, so the Death Stranding is this idea that death is a beach. And when we shuffle off this mortal coil in this world, you go into the waters of the beach. And whatever comes next. The BTs are things that have washed up on that beach. I don't know if it's exactly explained what the inky monsters are, but that's where they come from. You know, they were stranded on the beach. They are beached things. Was it? Again, it's like, it's the opposite of Blueprints, where the wordplay is dumber than you think, and yet works.
Fragile. Leader of the private delivery outfit, Fragile Express. Exposure to timefall caused her entire body from the neck down to age significantly. It was the mark of a terrible betrayal. Higgs, a former comrade, used timefall as an instrument of torture, you see. To no surprise, Fragile was hell-bent on getting revenge. But after meeting you, Sam, she had a change of heart.
Yeah. And Fearless, I also knew you wouldn't be able to talk freely about the aforementioned piss boiling, so I do understand.
As your friends, we would stop at nothing to see you succeed. But ultimately, crossing the continent was something you had to do on your own, with only Lou for company, and with no end to the forces that stood in opposition. Deadly BTs, unforgiving terrain and unpredictable weather, ruthless terrorists. The list goes on.
I wonder if I get my otter hat back.
Without a doubt, your greatest enemy was Higgs. Convinced that humanity deserved to go extinct, he kidnapped Amelie and tried to torment you and countless others. But neither he nor anything else could stop you from achieving your goal. The chiral network was finally completed. The bridge to the future was built, but your ordeal was not yet over. You had to learn the real nature of the Death Stranding. A secret that Amelie had kept hidden from us all this time. And a terrible truth you had to face. But you accepted this final revelation, Sam, and did what had to be done.
Live up to your family name and face full life consequences.
America rose from the ashes as the UCA. And as the people celebrated your accomplishments, you carried out one final mission in secret. To save your BB. To save Lou. You removed the child from the pod that was their prison and began a new life together. And so it was that the two of you vanished without so much as a trace.
Yeah, he didn't do it for, you know, the grand ideals. He did it because it needed doing. And it was all about keeping the little baby safe. It was a really lovely ending. He did it for the Insta. Norman Reedus aura farming. Okay. I don't think there's anything else to be saying. I do assume that with how adorable the child looks, they are probably going to be kidnapped, stolen, or turned into some kind of giant kaiju monster. Yes. Lou was the name he had. Him and his wife were expecting. When the Death Stranding hit, she got taken, and he did not handle it well. I guess if you haven't seen this and you're not too worried about spoilers, but you're coming in, so Death Stranding's an interesting game to watch. Most of it is going to be delivering packages from one place to another. You lay out the weight on your backpack and your hands. Sometimes you bring a cool hoverboard or a truck. It's rad. There is combat against people who try and steal your packages, like Amazon porch bandits. You have to not murder them. But then you will encounter the BTs, and using whatever equipment you have. In the original, the reason why everyone had a bridge baby is because they're half in, half out, which allows you to detect the BTs, because otherwise you can't see BTs until they fucking grab you and pull you to the land of the dead. BT's nuts! Oh, damn it, Nick. Quicker than dust on the draw there, though, gotta be honest. The BT sections were incredibly tense, and actually one of the better examples of like stealth horror. And there were some gnarly creatures. So it did a good job of like a juxtaposition of, you know, this lonely, methodical trudging, trying to do battle not with foes, but with terrain and balance. Moose, yes. I'm trying to remember the specifics, and my brain is coming up nil point, but I'm sure they'll recap it with this. Or maybe they won't. I mean, ultimately, Trashcan, like, when I finished Death Stranding, I was so glad I played through it, you know? Because ultimately it is a story about, it was a story about hope. And not hope through picking up a gun and going daka daka daka. Hope through doing the little things. Delivering a letter, a package, a pizza, and then, you know, the big moments had so much more weight to them, you know? So yeah. Without further of my banter, I present to you all Death Stranding 2. On the beach! Death Stranding 2, the beach episode. Damn. It's kind of cool. I'm going to be keeping it with normal. But I do like they've got To the Wilder is the European extreme of this. Well, it's a trash can. It was just, but by the time I'd finished it all, we had our Troy Baker mech fight, and we had the surprise, Amelie, she cooking egg with a spoon? Because I thought she was sus from the get-go. But ultimately, what mattered in this was not the rebuilding of the United States and the... It doesn't matter. What mattered was the story between Sam and Lou. And in the end, that was what came out of it, you know. Sam has gone through so much hardship and grief and encountered and eased the grief of others. And now he's ready to be a dad, and that's lovely. The real United States was the babies we made along the way. Yeah. So look, all I really know going into this is that there will be a flying cat on our cool ship. There will be multiple Metal Gear Solid moments. And at some point, Troy Baker and Norman Reedus will have a shirtless guitar battle on a mountaintop. That's not a bit. That's not a bit. And I'm sure by the end of this, we will have a genuine emotional reason for why that's a great moment. So yeah, Alnus, I promise. I promise. Okay, it is said that a person's birthday dictates their path in life. Research has shown that can determine a person's experience of doom. All right. 19th of the 8th, 1985. Whilst dooms can affect almost anyone, those born under the constellations with the greatest connection to the beach, including Cancer, Pisces, Cetius, and Delphinius. I'm not a tarot slag or anything like that, but what is Cetius and Delphinius? I don't know those signs. Are said to be more susceptible to developing the condition. It is believed that such individuals are fated to walk a life path fraught with disquiet and turmoil. Crab, fish, whale, and dolphin? Born under the dolphin. Oh, here we go. Kojima's in space. Kojima's in space. Is it cold up there, space whale? Have you brought a jumper? Or do you need several changes? Yeah, Nick, sorry, I can't come into work today. I've got the dooms. A bang that echoed around the world, a phenomenon known as the Death Stranding. Beached things, BTs, lost spirits of the dead, found their way into our midst. And when they came into contact with the living, the result was instant annihilation. A void out. Since most could neither see nor sense BTs, people lived in fear of them, withdrawing from the outside world. Cities became isolated, and humanity crept towards extinction. Papa John ceased to deliver. To unite what was left of America, a porter named Sam formed a bond with a bridge baby, BB, called Lou, who possessed a special connection to the other side. Together they journeyed west across the continent, reconnecting the people through the chiral network. But on the day that the United Cities of America celebrated the nation's rebirth, Sam and Lou vanished without a trace. Though the UCA officials attempted to track them down, the pair's whereabouts remain unknown. Oh, good. Oh, good. 11 months later. It's a journey into the West. Air horn noises. It's good to be back. I try not to fall down the mountain with a baby strapped to me. Okay. Yeah, you remember occasionally tumbling with those packages in the first game? Yeah, don't do that. That's a good idea. In Death Stranding 2, Sam Porter Bridges will be running from his greatest foe, Child Protective Services. Yeah. I feel like you're going the wrong way. It's alright, it's the intro, they wouldn't let me, Oh. Alright, I'm going back. I was definitely going the wrong way. Oh, yeah, like, what Decima can do is amazing. And the thing is, aside from some weird quirks with the first Death Stranding on PC, like, it ran gorgeous. It just really did not like being streamed in a specific way. This was one of the games that I was really excited to try with a dual rig setup. Okay, I guess start walking down and not fall on the baby. Yeah, it even ran on the Steam Deck. And I really appreciated that in the opening credits, before the actors, it was like, made with Decima with support by Guerrilla Games. Because one of the things that always used to cheese and biscuits was that occasionally you would see voice actors getting top billing in the discussion of a game. Oh, here's an owl. And it's like, an incredible performance can add so much to a game. I don't know if you've all noticed, it's doing diegetic audio. The faster I'm going, the more the music swells. Ah, that's so cool. But yeah, an incredible performance is a wonderful thing. But the stage upon which it is built, that is the little decorative figure atop a gigantic cake. Ah, okay. Find a safe path. And a cheeky blood bag. There's great characters in this, but the world's its greatest character, and your biggest foe, and your constant companion. Fuck yeah. That's really fucking cool. Right stick clicks in. Gives you that aerial camera. For those of you who didn't play the first game, so those strands up into the air is indication of BTs. The upside down rainbows is where timefall has just happened, which I believe means that area is either super safe or super dangerous. We'll find out together. But yeah. Writer Hideo Kojima, director Hideo Kojima, featuring the Skulls unit. And I think that's one of the reasons why we come back to discussing Kojima games, right? Kojima production games, is that they're not perfect. Not by a fucking long shot. But for everything that's wrong about how they're put together, there's so much that's right, you know? He puts his talent front and center. He also puts himself front and center, right? You can't imagine Ken fucking Levine being like, I don't know, actually, these are all the people that did cool and creative shit in my game, and I'm gonna give them a cool credit scene and acknowledge their existence. You know, it always feels like it's Randy Pitchford and 1,000 of his closest friends.
Let's head home before it gets dark.
I'm trying, Yeah. DJ Coyle says, I love this part of Baby Steps. This is the post-apocalyptic Baby Steps, you know? Potential quake detected? Fuck.
I feel that. Damn shaky.
A gate quake measuring 4 on the G scale has occurred. Oh, the G scale! Made famous by the seminal guinea pig animation movie G-Force. Ooh, now. Oh, what the fuck? Well, now you're just showing off. Aww. I don't like earthquakes either.
Okay, you're all right.
The kid's still not happy. There we go. It's just the planet trying to wipe us out. It's fine. It's not the big one. There we go. You know who really doesn't want earthquakes? Miles Edgeworth. There we go.
Let's go
All
home
right.
and get you fed.
I'm just trying to prepare myself emotionally because I know they're gonna steal the baby, right? The G scale is a way in which we compare things to the quality of the seminal anime series G Gundam. It's actually pronounced G Gundam, like Gaga. Not a lot of people know that. Oh shit. Be a little bit careful, but there we go. Look, portraying a child in media in a way that doesn't make me want to, like, snap kick them down the hill is no small feat, you know? The other things I want to highlight is how the lingering effects of the doing a terrain scan stop you doing the Batman vision problem. really well. We should start picking these up now. Shira crystals. Every 1,000 chiral crystals that Sam carries reduces his load by 1 kilogram. Okay. Even the technical directors and folks are getting a fucking shout out in this. Yeah, DJ Coil, I can dig it. As someone who's been hoarding Luft balloons in Silverfish.
Great. Rain. Gotta move.
Okay. Yeah, one slip up with this rain and our baby will suddenly turn into a 30-year-old man. That's where we're headed. I think the other thing, and I guess one of the reasons why I really wanted to play this, is much like with Resi 9, and I understand this has been out for a year and we're only just getting it on PC now, but this reminds me of what big budget video games should be. If you have silly money, you should be doing the big ideas, not the safe ideas. And look, I understand that what I'm saying here is very idealistic. It's really easy for me to sit here with my buy one, get one free coffee made in a coffee machine given to me by Nova, or given to us by Nova, but, you know, silly money should mean silly ideas, you know? You know?
Far from home.
What if you had... Okay, so activate compass mode. Already a few hundred meters, we might be able to make it. If you had the silly money, what's the thing that you would do? I would make a giant robot extraction shooter where your dropship is also another bigger mech, which is also your home and also your base. You meet up with your homies in orbit and then you drop your cool base on the ground and then you go off on like robot adventures with the homies. And when I say mechs, I'm talking like, if you have the tools, you could go full Steel Battalion. Well, no, so the mechs would still be one size, but you'd have a drop ship that's also a transforming mech. Cold Ankle says about silly money I buy and open source an old IP. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, so it's we've got to be careful about flash floods. That water will wreck our shit if I'm not careful. Insert the obvious, this can't be America, that's measured in meters rather than beagles. I just like the fact that they call the first game is just called America. It's not, it's clearly Iceland. But, you know what? Fuck it. If you want your game to look like Iceland and you want to call it America, do it. What's someone going to say? Oh no, in your time-changing ghost delivery game, you didn't portray America correctly.
Almost there.
DJ Coil says, silly money for them would be Dinotopia. Oh, and Samiri. select ladder. Yeah, I know. Okay. Equip ladder. Aim your ladder. And then deploy. Oh, you can connect ladders now. All right, well, we're almost home. I'm a little hesitant to start consoling the child while we're in rain. I will say, the music for this will probably get muted to hell and back in the VODs. But honestly, it's worth it. Oh yes, DJ Cole, I remember you telling me about those. Oh, cutscene. But Schwanrus, that sounds fucking cool. Uh-oh. Aww. Ah. Okay, I get it now. Cute little stay the fuck off my lawn. Okay. Burp, 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 burp. That's right, it goes in the crab hole. Go for the ankles, kid.
Not bad, little porter. Not bad at all. Okay, Lou. Time for some nom-noms. Come on, open up.
Hey, notice how much better than Heavy Rain this is?
There you go.
I know that seems like I'm being like an arse, but I think that's actually pretty important to point out. Oh. I love the idea of him just being like a little fucking awkward, goofy dad at home. Didn't I say the otter was coming back? Fragile. His dad says, "Why me?" Subtlety be damned.
Who's there? Who are you?
Before you ask, no, I don't know what's going on with the creepy hands. They unsettled me in the trailer. Something
Are you
fierce.
cooking?
What are you doing here?
I've been looking for you.
Nothing's worrying me.
Who are you? Someone who can afford hair products, Sam.
Wow. Lou's growing up fast. You two look good. Like a happy family.
Oh, there's something. Foreshadowing.
Here's a gift. The finest Carol printed diapers.
Thank God. How'd you track us down?
Your neighbor got hooked up to the Carol network. Service now extends to the whole region. I let myself in with this. You can use Carol printers now too.
Guess it's time we thought about moving. Maybe further south. You know, I'm surprised you used the front door for once.
My jumping days are behind me. Overdoing it left me with some kind of syndrome. They call it jump shock.
You care for a drink?
Thank you, but no. I should get straight to the point.
Business, huh? I mean, for a moment there, I thought maybe you wanted to catch up.
I have a job for you. Take it, and that whole mess over how you left Bridges will be wiped from the record. You won't have to live in hiding anymore.
What about Lil?
That's a little more complicated. We're talking about a Bridges asset. You'll have to work it out. Sam, you brought America together. Helped it be reborn as the UCA.
Fuck off. Sorry, I don't know why.
But I'm afraid the death stranding is far from over. Humanity is still in danger. Still on the brink of extinction. Don't act like you don't see it.
He's doing his
A
part.
lot of things changed after you went off on your own. Especially within the UCA. Bridges no longer oversees the distribution network. They withdrew once things were up and running. So your friends and co-workers all went their separate ways.
Okay.
That's not all. Die Hard Man is not the president of the UCA anymore. In case you're wondering who's handling distribution now, A Pass 4000 has revolutionized the whole process. It utilizes the Carol network to manage and carry out deliveries. Within network coverage, there's no need to rely on human porters anymore. And no need for Fragile Express, of course. So after I closed up shop, I went and started a new group. One that handles work in regions outside the UCA. We decided to call ourselves Drawbridge. And we still require the services of human porters that can work outside the network. Preferably ones with dooms who can sense BTs. Sam, I'm asking you to go to Mexico. To extend the Carol network to the south. Just like you did when you went out west.
You're asking, or is this coming from the UCA?
Both. The UCA came to Drawbridge, and now I'm coming to you. So, what do you say?
Fuck off.
Seriously, why me?
There are several reasons I thought of you for this job. Deadman, for one. He's currently working at a lab in southern Mexico. I don't know the details, but the research they're conducting there is important. Very important. And there are certain things he'd like to tell you in person.
Other reasons?
was one reason. You got more?
I do. And this one's serious. There is some BT territory near that lab I mentioned. They monitor the chiralium levels, and recently, they've observed unusual activity. The cause is still unclear, but they seem to think there's a good chance a massive BT is headed their way. And if they're right, then I want you there, ready to kill it before it kills them. Don't forget, Sam. You were the first person in the world to ever take out a BT.
I'm absolutely not going to say I'm doing this. Like, we played through Death Stranding. Sure, he was the person to take it out, but it's not like any of his tech was secret. He doesn't have, like, magical kung fu, like, karate chop the dead powers. And now, he's a dad.
Guess that makes sense.
And she's basically strong-arming him.
Bugging me.
What?
All this talk about extending the network into Mexico. Isn't the UCA basically expanding their territory? Taking control? Claiming it for their own?
Sam, it's not like that. They're not trying to take over the world. They just want to link up new
America's
areas with
different
the chiral
now.
network.
It's changed.
Like the internet before the Death Stranding. Public infrastructure to connect people. Which is why, instead of turning to an established government agency like Bridges, the UCA contracted a private organization, like ours, who then decided to employ the services of a freelancer like yourself.
Fragile, you seem to think I don't know
So
how proxy
please,
wars work.
Sam, won't you help us out?
No, I'm not doing it. Get fucked. What's a proxy war? The crab goes the crab hole.
Not bad, little porter. Not bad at all.
Did I just unlock the special ending where we just live happily ever after?
Okay, Lou. Time for some nom-noms.
I won't do it. What the fuck? Okay, every time I say I won't do it... You do not appreciate how stubborn I am. Okay, shout out to Numbers, Chaunerus, and Fearless, who all went for the same, but thou must.
Okay, Lou. Time for some nom-noms.
No! No!
-61.
What manipulative shit just happened? Because Sam was freaking out there. And now the choice to say no, I won't do it has been removed. Because that's the thing, whenever you're playing one of these Kojima titles, it is simultaneously exactly as dumb and not nearly as dumb as you think. Like, what bullshit was just pulled on us?
Yeah, all right.
So you'll do it?
Well, I mean, he reacted.
What about Lou, though? It's not like I can take my kid with me. If I
He's
do
literally
this,
wearing a hat that says, "Why me?"
can you hold the fort for me while I'm gone? Play babysitter?
We're inside the network. There's a child care app I can use. It'll be fine. The lab is only a few days away. I promise he'll be back before you know it. Think
I'll
of
ask
the region as you head
ChatBT.
south,
Fuck
and come
off.
home safe. We'll be waiting.
Because that's the thing with these, you never know. You never know when you're being fucked with in these kind of games, or when it's just like a hand wavium. Well, yeah, and genre is the fact that she walks in with the hands across her mouth. Like, I know writers use subtext and they're all cowards.
Go on. Slide it on your thumb.
Like a ring?
Because in the first one, he wears, like, basically handcuffs.
Try
They're
sticking
not
your
subtle.
thumb out, like you're giving me a like.
All right.
Access your ring terminal to view the map. From here you can check order details, as well as the cargo for delivery. Now then, let's review the mission that you'll be undertaking on behalf of Drawbridge. Your destination is a research lab in southern Mexico.
Okay.
When you arrive, you'll need to use the Cupid to connect it to the chiral network. Chiral communication utilizes the beach, where time barely passes. Using the Cupid in conjunction with the delivery terminal will allow us to initiate a zero-time massive data transmission. But because of the distance, it's not feasible to head straight to the lab to establish a connection. You'll need to use the way stations to extend network coverage until you're close enough to get the lab online. Your first stop is C1, Ciudad Nuda del Norte. Bring them a delivery and welcome them into the network. Improper corpse disposal remains a serious problem in Mexico. With every additional corpse that spawns a BT, the risk of a void out grows even higher. C1 in particular is struggling to handle this issue. But once they're online, we can give them the technology they need to address the situation.
Oh, we're not invading. We're giving them the
Why don't you
technology they
take a
need to
look at
help.
the cargo you're carrying by opening the menu? You can access useful information about your deliveries via your ring terminal. To review the cargo currently in your possession, select Cargo Management.
Yeah, Moose, that's a very good point. There's no warmth, because, like, the whole thing was... Fragile was on this, like, path of revenge against Troy Baker, Riggs, because he put a bag over her head and kicked her out into the time rain. So her body's fucked up. Yeah, they're called Drawbridge. Oh no, so the thing I was going to mention is that in some...
This is the cargo
Oh.
you'll need to deliver. Be sure to get it to its destination in one piece. It's an excellent idea to place the most important cargo in your backpack.
Yeah, of course. In some of the Metal Gear series, whenever you do like time travel nonsense or things like that, if you get a character killed or do something you're not supposed to for the mission, they'll do like whatchamacallit? They'll do like a oh no, Raiden, you caused a time paradox as a game over screen just to kind of get things back on track. And that doesn't necessarily mean that, like, you know, the Lale Lulelo computer system can detect time travel shit, but that was very specific. Yeah, good old fish and mailed.
We've given you some additional equipment. It can be carried in pouches or in special hooks, just like cargo. All these weapons can be used to incapacitate humans without killing them. So there is no need to worry about causing a void out. Be sure to weigh your various options as you load up.
Ooh, okay, so we have a gun holster, got a ladder, and a blood bag. I'll take the assault rifle for now, because we can always shut it away.
Return to the menu when everything looks good to go.
Auto-arrange cargo. Well, that's... Okay. The only thing I'm going to do is move the ladder to the backpack just so it's balanced out. Because you can put things on your shoulders as well, but you basically, even if you're slow, everything in your backpack keeps you more balanced so you don't eat shit falling down a hill. And yeah, I didn't get the chance to play this on PS5. So this is my first proper foray into it. And again, I hope you all enjoy watching it. Because I really want to play a lot of it. Okay.
Finally, before heading out, make sure to plot your delivery route. Return to the map. See your destination? There's a river you'll need to cross to get there. There are bandits in the area too. Armed groups that have attacked borders in the past. Think about what route you might take from your current location.
Okay.
Commencing route creation.
Oh yeah, so for this bit, you know, it's pretty straightforward. This will be our waypoints. You know, the deep river is a danger, but what we could do is see if we can find somewhere lighter. If we stay on this side, there's not too much in the way of cover. We'll have to fight our way through the bandits, right? And we could head up into the mountains, go for riskier terrain that gives us the opportunity to perhaps avoid them, but we will have to cross this bridge. So, as I'm sure you can all see, we've got this strange remnants in this weird, like, Mega Block style operation. Fuck. Dustin. Cargo management? Like cargo woman. Million Years Dungeon. So what I'm thinking is that we'll try and cross the river early on. So if we do have to go Kung Fu no Jitsu on the armed hostiles, we're coming down from them. Remember what Obi-Wan Kenobi taught us.
When you plot a route on the map, you'll see what hazards you may run into along the way. You can face these challenges head on, or try to find a way around them. How you get to your destination is up to you.
Oh yeah, but sorry, but jumping back. Like, Fragile was on like a fucking warpath to take out Riggs or Higgs or whatever his bloody name was. But, you know, through hanging out with Sam, you know, she eventually gives up on, you know, revenge and the ilk. Now, you know, what's the old thing? No plan survives first contact with the enemy, but check it. There is some deep water, but a little worried about that whole fucking city. We'll probably have to hit the river, and then if I can avoid using the ladder early on, we'll be able to use that to cross. But what we get from there, I don't know. Okay. And we're back on track.
Latest model, Cupid. Just completed. We decided to put a hold on network expansion until it was ready to go. Like last time, you'll be using it to welcome people into a whole new world.
Actually, Vershi, if someone could mod that in, that would be hilarious. Vershi was saying, imagine it's this game, po-face and all, but with the movement control of baby steps.
It won't be any harder than before either. The Chiral network terminals are ready and waiting. Bridges saw to that. Emily's expedition split into two groups midway. The first continued west, while the second cut south into Mexico. But again, they were only able to lay the groundwork.
Yeah, and Moose, the only thing she says is like,
online with the Cupid.
is
the network
like the UCA is not as is shaky, but also
hungry?
No.
No more baby food for you.
Let you get fragile any trouble, I'm gone.
Aww. You know, after dealing with so many bad dad tropes, I'm okay with good dad becoming a trope, you know? But yeah, no, like, she even goes like, oh no, Lou is still considered to be UCA property.
Now who wants to eat?
That's a good point. The Cupid in the first game resembles gravestones, but this, they resemble caskets. Yeah. Now, obviously what's going to happen is some villain or another is going to steal the kid. Alright. And away we go. We got a long way to go. Time to do some trekking.
Alright, let's get this done.
Oh. So there's things like, you know, you have to replace his shoes. He has a canteen that... Oh, that's lovely. He has a canteen that creates monster energy out of, well, energy. It's just reacquainting us with the basics. Like, we will find cargo along the way that we can deliver and all of that. Bear Grylls monster energy burst. We do have the community functions turned on, so we'll be able to see like oh, here we go. This is a good crossing spot. So we'll be able to see like where the premier P spots are in the map and things like that.
Time to shine, Sam.
And I do think it's interesting because like the game is all about reconnecting people. There are no other players in this. There is no multiplayer per se, but it's an interconnected world. You know, the more resources you put into rebuilding infrastructure, the more other players will get from that. I think that's really cool. It can make the first game a little easy. You have to almost be a little tough on yourself to not use all the easy methods. Alright, well there's the edges of it. Let's see if we can climb up here, get some better elevation. Okay.
2 wheels up.
Sorry, just Alness with turning piss into monster energy, unlike my trick, which is turning monster energy into piss. Remember, friends, you can't yeet urine at the bourgeoisie if you don't stay hydrated. You gotta make piss to boil it. And more Willisms for the day. This might be a little too severe for us to climb. Okay. Alright. But yeah, so I'm incredibly sus about what just happened. Because, like, you know, Fractal hasn't really given us a call to action. It's just basically fucking threatened us. And then Sam got time looped until he agreed? That doesn't sound right. And yeah, the idea that, well, they're, you know, America taking over Mexico by, you know, expanding the information network. It's not takeover.
Pro gamer tip, oh gods, he's in a Kojima game. Listen, stuff's gonna be weird, and names are gonna be ham-fisted. Don't listen to any rolling marbles that are also the world, I think.
Yes, but do listen to the guy drinking a milkshake on rollerblades, because he'll make a weird amount of sense. Laugh and grow fat. Okay, what's that? Star card. Oh. Metaphor. Alright, I see him. One thing that they've managed to do that it surprises me that more games haven't done is I can take screenshots while we're watching, and it doesn't pop up anything that would make a screenshot look ugly during the cinematics.
We're in enemy territory now.
And it grunt, and it grunt. Definitely some other blokes around, but yeah. I guess the question is whether or not it's going to make us fight. And Simple Chaos, sorry, that was very funny. And thank you for the bit. Climbing anchor. Marked. This guy's packing an electric rod. Cindy Nan's electric rod. Ah! So I think this is... Ah, so that's a mule post box. I think we can take stolen packages there. Oh man, I think I kind of wish I'd gone the other way now, because, like, that looks fucking cool. Did I just lose my entire train of thought because I found a rope? What's that? Sorry, I thought the sandstorm was coming in on this, but we should be able to... Oh, no, wait. So we've got one bloke. I'm gonna have to deal with this guy. He does have a ladder, though. That'd be good. So this is one of those situations where we could try and, like, kung fu all these guys and break into the main area and whatnot. I think I just want to kind of get to the meat of it, but I don't know how you all are feeling. Sorry, I know I'm being overly questiony with this, but, you know, this is a very financially successful mainstream game. Okay, here we go. Oh, so lost cargo is if you fail a mission. So we can take the air purifier. And then we auto-arrange cargo. The auto-arrange should keep it... balanced. There we go. Alright. Yeah, so... Yeah, whatever it was I was about to say before we hit this little base has dropped out of my head. Oh yes, if we wanted to, we could careen into this area. There's probably a ton of goodies and stuff in there, but I don't think we need to at this point, because once we get through this area, 50p and a bag of skips, the ruins on the other side of the bridge are going to be riddled with BTs. So... as long as this guy doesn't swallow his own tongue. We will be golden. Okay, no one has any strong feelings one way or t'other about going into the bandit camp, so we'll just we'll trundle on past for now. Like I said, Quiet's absolutely up to something. Yes, you're right. I do mean fragile. I said quiet. Okay. Okay, and the Cordus is basically our... I don't need a instruction manual on using my instruction manual. So far, we've not gotten any of that kind of quiet tier horse shit. I don't know. Anytime we're talking about, like, Kojima Productions games, it's always that thing of, like, nobody is one thing, right? On the one hand, you know, there are many, many reasons to really enjoy a lot of these titles, you know what I mean? And there are many things that should be critiqued to heck and back. You know, you don't have to be a... just a Metal Gear fanatic or a Metal Gear apologizer or not. You know, it's always wild to me when in the same series you can have great representation and then fucking terrible representation. And like I said earlier, Metal Gear Solid 4 is getting a Steam release, and a bunch of people are going to have very loud opinions on the Beauty and the Beast unit. Okay, I don't see anything we missed. Alright, maybe we'll end up coming back here. Because if you thought Quiet was bad... However, and I will say this with dead seriousness, if we keep talking about Quiet and Kojima Productions games, I will start talking about Wanted Dead. Okay. Ooh, okay. So there's a strong headwind here, and old Sam Porter Bridges is getting battered about, and visibility has gone to shit. So strong winds in a headwind is bad, but tailwind will speed you up. Ooh. This is fine. We're all fine here. I'm gonna do something stupid. I'm gonna do something stupid. Oh. Okay. Hope we can get down and out of the fucking wind. Easy now. Easy now, dude. I cannot see fuck and all shit. Oh, crap and a beanbag. Dang it, I'm supposed to be up there. Top heavy here. We're a little bit getting struck by lightning. It's okay. This is Mexico. Wait till we hit Australia. Alright, buddy. In trouble. Don't get crazy here, buddy. Aeon, so far it's good to be back. We're getting our absolute arse handed to us by a sandstorm. I'm desperately trying to make it through there, and it probably doesn't look bad, but I'm getting battered about here. Yeah, so here's the thing, we're going to need to get into shelter to survive the winds. Oh, but in the same breath, that's where the bad stuff's going to be. I'm just waiting to see that little blinking hand be like, hey. Better in here, but not by much. Does seem to be doing that thing the first game did a lot of, which was oh, I think a moment here. Jesus. Where the game is incredibly loud and the cutscenes are super quiet. Oh, easy now. Yeah. Criminal. Alright, well, but we're almost out. Nick makes an interesting point. He's for a Fasidaba, Sidafada, Gazal Kafalak. It's not how I would have put it, Nick, but I understand where you're coming from. Whew. Ooh, easy now. But yeah, the more stuff Sam has on his back, the more forward momentum you have when you're jogging and running and whatnot. So you've got to be a little careful. You know, a bit of the old don't do what Johnny don't do does. I know, Nick, I understand it was Aloy. You know? You'll be fine, Sam, don't we? I'm on the other people's pets group chat. So I know exactly when to start stream to cause the most mischief. Right. Alright, here we are.
Hello!
I forgot about the hello button.
Hey!
And I guess I haven't unlocked camera mode. Is there a camera mode? And the UI is still pretty cool, so... Yeah, that's a fearless. That's a great little detail that the water only washes away the bits that have been submerged, which is wildly powerful tech. Alright, you're fine. Though I may have to turn off vibration for this because I'm using a third-party controller, and when I hold both shoulder buttons to brace, it's really rattling my little hands. Okay. Options. Here we go. I'll try turning it to weak and see if it works.
Buen dia, Sam. ID confirmed. Welcome, Sam.
Security measures lifted. Weapons detected. Be advised that usage is restricted inside facility grounds.
Access the delivery terminal to process your orders and requests.
I'm Sam!
Hang on, so what was that? Sorry, I got like a little... So Sam's status, okay, cool. He's getting good at running and lifting stuff. Latest post. How does it feel back out there? Oh, the social strand service using the SSS. Oh, LB and start for photo mode. Okay, so it's hold this down. Is this photo mode? Okay, sure, so we'll give that post a like. Ah, okay. Okay, that's cool. We can check his little fucking Insta and, like, these are the pictures he's taken already. And these are the ones from the first game. I don't know if those are any of mine. I don't think so. But they do look like photos I would take. My only annoyance is that when you go into photo mode, the game goes completely silent. Yeah, what was that control combo? Because it was... So there's that. Those are hide menu. Oh.
Hello!
Okay, I guess I just can't take pictures right now? Alright, well. Come on, Sam. We got shit to do. Was it Will that made a book from his Death Stranding pictures? It's super weird he never brought that up. Super weird. PAC. Automated Public Assistance Company. Are we about to do a proxy... Ooh, easy, Sam. We're about to do like a proxy war colonialism.
Cairo decontamination in progress. No anomalies detected. Welcome, Sam.
Maybe we can set some decent food here. Let's do a colonialism with that accent. Ah, it's more likely than you thought. Okay, so deliver and report. So the air purifier that got stolen by the bandits, the original thing, and everything else. The other thing that acts as a pseudo timer is that Timefall and other...
You must be Sam. It can't have been easy to come this far south. You're here to bring us onto the Chiral network, right? Ah, that's a relief. We'll be able to dispose of corpses properly once you've got us online. That'll be one less thing for our residents to worry about. Anyway, I believe you have some cargo for me, yes? This cargo is in impossibly good condition. For real, you're the best porter I've ever seen.
Sorry, what was that? I'm the best porter he's ever seen. That's going on my LinkedIn.
We wrote this stuff off as lost. Thanks for bringing it in.
In a world where likes are a currency.
It's just like everyone says. You're a man that people can rely on. Okay, use your Cupid to bring us online. The Cairo gateway you brought us should allow us to establish a connection between Mexico and the UCA.
Watch it immediately go full America on the outside.
We can finally solve a lot of our problems.
See, it still does the floaty sand mode. Cupid and Lou wearing a little pair of angel wings they've ever seen, and she's got a little heart birthmark.
successfully expanded. Commencing data collection.
Okay.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
You've earned the nickname of Handler. Silent Handler.
Porter grade increased. Congratulations.
I mean, it's my first mission. We don't need to do my career
Viral
statistics
network
just yet.
connection confirmed. And now we can begin fabricating the latest corpse disposal equipment. Until recently, we've been dealing with our dead by burying them in tar, but that solution was growing untenable. We should be okay moving forward. I really can't thank you enough. You must be exhausted after your long journey. We've prepared a private room for your exclusive use. There are countless dangers in these parts. You should rest until you're fully recovered. Don't push on until you're ready. Please, stay here before you set out again.
All right. Okay, firstly, how are things in the region?
Well, our corpse disposal problem is no longer an issue thanks to you. But there's nothing we can do to get rid of the BT area we created. Fear of BTs and damage from timefall and chiralium exposure will continue to be a concern. And let's not forget about the bandits willing to attack travelers and facilities. But so long as we remain connected to the network, we'll have access to new tools and technologies to help combat these threats. You brought us more than a connection to the outside. You brought us hope.
Okay. What was untenable about corpse disposal? Like, because the corpse disposal facility was basically a great big cremation facility up in the mountains.
As I mentioned
first
before,
game, sorry.
we've been taking them to a nearby tar pit and dropping them in. Unfortunately, we took it too far. And it wasn't long before the whole pit turned into a BT area. In trying to prevent the emergence of BTs, we ended up facilitating their creation.
Corpses turned into BTs. We put all our corpses in one place, and fuck, you made BTs.
Grown worse. All of these problems have contributed to an increased suicide rate, which in turn has resulted in even more bodies that we've had no way to dispose of properly. But thanks to the chiral network, we can now fabricate the corpse.
Okay. I'm gonna get some sleep.
Thank you again for everything. I'll get started right away on preparing your next order for you. By the time you wake up, it should be good to go. You'll just need to access the delivery terminal here. I hope I can count on you.
Poor bugger's completely sandblasted. The reason his hands are still covered is because he was holding them up here.
Please relax and enjoy your stay.
He has been sandblasted. Okay, yeah. First things first. Alright, there's the gear. Oh. Okay, so there's VR training, sink, bathroom, the usual. And our ever-increasing collection of, well, collectibles. All right. Let's see if we get an advert for whatever Norman Reedus' newest show is. Yeah, well, Aeon, like that, he's still got those marks from before. Okay. No monster energy. Maybe Monster didn't pony up the dough for this time. Alright, but it wants us to kind of just do things as we're told, so we'll let Sam have a little sleepy sleep. Oh yeah, Nick, yeah. Disney said no. Well, the thing we said earlier is we're never going to get like a gotcha moment for the death of AI Gen Shite. But boy howdy is this shit funny. Not Norman Reedus cuddling a child on a beach. Just the whole... They really thought a plagiarism machine was going to be wanted by fucking Disney? Is. That's Emily. She cook an egg with a spoon.
Lou.
Are you alright?
Well, I thought you couldn't travel.
Don't be. I'll admit, this stuff is pretty new to me, but the app has been a big help. Figuring out why a baby's crying, getting the milk just warm enough. It's had the perfect advice for every situation.
Is this trying to sell us better help?
So,
okay.
How does it feel to be back in the saddle?
Works same as it ever was. It's the first time I've been away from Lou.
We're fine. Trust me.
Yeah, what?
Just focus on the road, okay?
Did they manage to untime fuck? Sorry, I guess if you didn't see the first game, so she was hell-bent on revenge originally. Because Higgs put a bag over her head and kicked her out into time rain, which basically gave her like an 80-year-old body. Now, she could still operate as a porter because she could use blink powers to travel, transport, and whatnot. Okay, yeah, here we go. See what we got to drink. Ooh, a chiral tea. Have a little floating snack. Hope you're ready to pee, my friend, because we're getting caffeinated. It's time to piss. My name is Sam Porter-Bridges. I'm good at doing two things. Carrying packages and making piss. And I'm all out of piss. And, well, Nick, you are correct. You know what this means? No more War of Ancestors videos. Forget what they took from us. Okay, so we've got... Oh, customized look, customized backpack. Okay. It's been years since the first expedition terminal. Not only that, we're connected to other locations. We can fabricate new equipment from the chiral printers. Okay, so customize look. Let's see what we want to go for. Black camo, a why me hat. It's just, there's so many little details to this that I could just gush about for hours. Like, you know, the sunglasses and shit is fine, you know. I might go for it, just, you know. There we go. Give him the old, dad's weekend off kind of look. Woohoo! We get to stick patches! Sorry, jumping between many stuff. It's the rapid eye movements and his little twitches that really bring it to life. Yeah, and Nick was saying, remember when the Snail Games dropped the AI Arc trailer? That was so bad, and I had a sit-down interview with them the next day. I actually got hit up to go see their booth again this year. I think just, you know... And I think it's predominantly because I wasn't a jerk about it. But yeah, last year they had this whole thing where they were so excited, you know, because the whole point was that Arc expansion was supposed to be the expansion you play with your kids and have fun with, you know, and it ended up being a complete shit show.
No way.
And like, they weren't contacted about it, they weren't asked about it. Like there wasn't anything to be doing, which was so sad. The other one, Nick, is you remember the folks we were talking to about the airship game? Like they had their release and it was shaky. I know, I don't want to do VR training mission drills. I'm just going to feck about with the training gun. Because I know what happens in a Kojima game. You start doing VR special missions and then... Oh, that's melee combat. Now, I want to shoot stuff. Caffeine, what and welcome. How goes it? We've just started. We've been basically blackmailed by Fragile into returning to our old ways. Training. Nothing dramatic has happened yet, but there is definitely the shady shit is brewing. Either Fragile is playing us, or is themselves being played. And we're basically doing a for lack of a better term, a whoops proxy war. You know, we're just connecting all the Mexican cities up with the American chiral network system. We're just helping them. We're bringing them new technologies. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, literally, she's like, nice former bridge baby you have there. Shame if Bridges was told about it. Firstly, I couldn't play you lot if I fucking tried. So every time you're like, oh, it's a cult. It's not a cult. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't have those skills. Okay. I will say, though, on the subject of making piss, I am going to nip to the loo very, very quickly before we continue. Well, and Journalist, that's a very good point. Is it actually Fragile, or is it some kind of imposter? Like, we don't know. It was also the way she was like, oh, and your friends all split up after you left, and it's like, okay, we were the person who did the connecting, but we didn't make the system. We're not the genius behind it. If I'm the object of cult worship, you're gonna need to get a better cult. Okay. Friends, I'll be back in 2 hot seconds, alright? Okay, thank you all for waiting. I have a surprisingly not offensive post-it note on my screen.
Not offensive? Do you want to read that again?
No, I'm good. I'm good. But Business Fish did herald you coming. How did I jump scare you? I've been here the entire time. Is my keyboard okay? It's fine. The keyboard's fine. Nova. Good evening to you, friend, or good afternoon. Merry time zone. How goes it? I got food. So far, this is good. It hasn't really revealed its hand, right? Right now, story-wise, we've basically just been blackmailed into picking up our job again, even though all Sam actually wants to do is just be a dad. As I apparently point my spatula at Sam Porter Bridges. I splashed 15 whole American dollars last night and made us burgers. And look, friends, I'm gonna be honest with you all. I'm getting really fucking good at burgers. Okay. Oh yeah, so I have to remember how we do this now. Yeah, so now we have this. There's a love's heart sign, a climbing anchor. Armed hostiles are up here. Got a post box up there. Okay. So we did that one. Deliver one or more medical units to this area. Now, oh, Nova, I'm sorry you had a hard one. I've actually been doing a lot better. I haven't had like a break. Definitely, I tried to hit exactly the right amount of gin to get a good night's sleep last night, and I ended up at like 3 o'clock in the morning awake. I woke up at 3 sober and was like, ah, god damn it. Played the best round of slots and daggers I've ever played. And cried at a couple of episodes of Bob's Burgers I've seen like 4 times. Virtue saw me on Sunday. I did not look rested. Yeah. But Sunday night we did sleep proper good. And we went to go see Park Programs because he's moving and had a bunch of stuff to get rid of. And I know I've been whinging about how bad my frying pan is. I got hand-me-down from Eric, and it's so fucking good. What do you mean? Well, it's always fine. Never a potato moment. And you know what? I don't mind saying this, because I said it to Vershi. I'm like, there are some friends which I know I don't have to worry. And Vershi is quickly becoming one of those, i.e., if I'm tired and exhausted, Vershi said look like The Walking Dead on Sunday. Yeah, and you were like, here are your plants, I'll talk to you later. And I was like, yes, thank you. Okay. Okay. So how do I take this? Wait, do I need to go back up to the surface before I can start taking stuff? I can remember. This game does have some weirdness. Okay, yeah. Yeah, but you know, Aeon, the dried lime slices with gin, god tier. And during the Gundam crafting night on Saturday, we used them with the. Okay, we used them with the. Yeah, all right. Go to the surface. The budget rum, and a little bit of pineapple, a little bit of ginger beer. It was so good.
Departing facility. New order available. Please review and confirm.
Good morning, Sam. Did you have a good rest?
Yeah, numbers, you were entirely correct. It was I who drank all the rum.
Once again, I've got to thank
I did have backup and assistance by Little Fire,
that you can fabricate equipment for yourself now too.
but Jess was so deep in the crafting pit that I think I probably hit more of that rum.
Now, we don't have all the same schematics in Mexico that you have access to in the UCA. But as you link up more facilities to increase chiral network bandwidth and improve your connection level with the locals, we should be able to share all kinds of new data with you, expanding your fabrication options further. I heard that you're planning to extend chiral network coverage to the south, down as far as that research facility. So go ahead and pick up the order I posted for you. I'll explain the finer details of the mission while you look at the map provided by ABAS.
You know, I know some fuck shit is coming, because have you noticed just how normal this guy is being about all of this? He's so happy. Everything's great. Everything's wonderful. It was bad until now. Okay.
Your next destination is Villa Libre. The people there don't have enough medical equipment to meet their needs. If you bring them this delivery, you'll be sure to earn their trust. Once you've done that, you'll have an easier time convincing them to become part of the chiral network. Timefall is coming down hard in this area. Cargo containers that are exposed to timefall will begin to degrade. If you carry container repair spray with you, you can use it to mitigate these effects before it becomes a problem. Keep an eye out for the rivers and bandit camps in the area too. Hazards like these can make your life much harder. On your way to Villa Libre, you might pass a post box we built. We left behind some spare equipment in its shared locker. If you see it, take a look inside. Everything is yours to use as you deem fit. There should be materials in there too, enough to fabricate something if you like. Also, if you have any extra equipment, you can use the box to donate it to other people. With a moment's generosity, you can make another porter's day. Finally, each postbox has a private locker which can be used to store equipment for later use, and a recycle feature that will turn any unneeded items into materials. So what do you think? Have enough information to plan your journey to Villa Libre? Take your time to finalize your route.
Okay. Okay, so let's have a look. We've got a whole bunch of water here, leading up to a bandit camp in the hills. If we wanted, we could just, you know, hit this climbing anchor, skirt the way, hit the post box, and then make a straight shot across. Oh shit! Aeon's got that fresh Shavakadu. Damn. I still remember the first time we did this game, and I spent hours going the wrong way around the map. The straight line goes straight through this point, marked with a skull. I'm sure it's fine. Skeletons are always happy to see us. Yeah, well, it's the thing of like, the easiest path on foot will take us through this bandit camp. But it might not be a bad shout to have a scrap. Now, there is this little, like... You know what? I haven't had the chance to chat with you all as much as I'd like today. So I'm gonna go round. There'll be plenty of time to do murder later on.
Delivery route finalized.
This order calls for some pretty hefty cargo to be sure. But don't forget to take into account all the other extras you'll need to carry to get the job done. Every piece of equipment you take also adds to your overall weight. So think carefully about your loadout. Try to pick critical items that won't weigh you down and wear you out when combined with your cargo. Run out of stamina halfway through a delivery, and you're in for a world of hurt.
Make all necessary preparations for your delivery. When everything is in order, head out.
I know. Okay, first things first. Cargo management. Auto-arrange cargo. So I put the gun in the locker. We don't need... I always prefer the ladders over the climbing anchors because a ladder's multifunctional. The ropes are only good for going down. Bandit shoes aren't really worth it, except for our transport shoes are still sturdy. I don't like it being lopsided, but... Oh, now we want to fabricate...
Select an item to fabricate.
Excuse you. Container repair spray will save our arse. Range. There we go. Alright, it's a little bit more balanced. Alright. Get one container repair spray. Alright, there we go. It's balanced up. Sorry, I did laugh at the moose with the... If that's where the straight line goes. What about the gay line? And Fearless. Skeletons are always happy to see us. Calcium Bonio, I'm not happy to see you, little shit. He can complain when he starts paying some fucking rent. That's all I'm saying. Alright? I've seen him in multiple video games. Either he's getting stiffed on royalties, or he's not telling us. Okay. And Favor 6, what and welcome.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Well, it means that calcium's bad at business.
Sign detected nearby.
Thank you, Sam.
Keep on keeping on.
Safety first. Please give it your all.
Timefall already? Yes. Oh, I'm literally just gonna go drop these materials off before we continue.
I will always support you. Safety first.
Okay.
Very impressive work, Sam.
Okay. Alright, there we go. Okay. So, as it has been tens of minutes since I've spoken with you all, how you doing? What was your video gamery this weekend? I haven't managed to find anything to really grasp me like Horror Palette has, but I have been playing Slots and Daggers, which is a slot machine roguelike. I actually did so well I reached the point of... Alright, and away we go. I did so well I reached the point of having to...
Please give it your all.
Just take a break from the game mid-slot. Burton has started Pokepopia and have lost sleep to it. Good.
Disengaging weapons restrictions.
Damn. Yeah, Nick, when you said how bad your fever was and what was going on, and you were like, yeah, but I should be fine for stream, I was like, no. My brother in video games.
This one's for you.
Please take a break. Oh, that was the fever talking. Okay. I did play some more Arena Breakout. It's coming up to the end of the season.
Give me a break.
Warning. Flood risk elevated.
Shit. Okay, so instead of going up against the locals, we might have to deal with BTs. This is fine. This is fine. Oh, this is the fucking tar pits they were talking about. Don't hesitate to rethink your route. Looks like Typhoon's been pretty relentless. Are you okay? Heavy rain causes rivers, and those tend to rise. Fragile. Hey Sam, you're just fucked up. Okay. Don't see anything too egregious. We just gotta be careful because, yeah. What's implied there is that the time fall and the rain can cause like a pretty serious flash flood. So I've just got to be on my little proverbial Norman Reedus toesies. Oh, easy now. Yeah, sorry, children's picture book. I think you might not be worth it. Yeah, you can see... Is that a bandit camp? Like, I see container repair spray with container repair spray, mule post box. I don't see any movement, but at the same time, they just leave a fucking... Ah, there he is. Good. Night, night. Ah, container repair spray. Don't mind if I fucking do. Just put the whole thing on. Just, oh, air freshened.
What you looking for, dumbass?
Okay, ladder, ladder. Yeah, so here's the point where it's going to want us to start, like, stashing. Like, ceramics and the ilk. And I'll take the container repair spray just in case.
Hey, come and get me.
Damn it, I keep pushing the wrong button. Auto range. Alright, it's a little bit better. Yeah, it's the same stuff that green herbs are made of. Piss. So usually this river crossing wouldn't be spicy, but because of the flash flooding, yeah, we still got to risk it for a biscuit. Fuck. How was I supposed to know he had decent eyesight? Okay. Okay, ow. Oh, where's your mate? Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Okay. You assholes are bad, you should feel bad, but... that a truck? Are we driving? Are we driving? Get fucked, nerds! Whee! I just have to be careful not to run them the fuck over immediately. You know, we'll still need to... Oh, that's cool. But... Oh, Jesus pissing Christ. It's your turn to scare me. Yeah, sure. Bear with just a second. Okie dokie. Beep beep, motherfucker, beep beep. It's not even my car. I don't have to worry if it's bugged. Oh, actually.
What you looking for, dumbass?
We actually don't need to cross yet. Okay. And we stole a lot of whatchamacallit, healing goodies, so there we go. Oh. Apparently somebody else travelled our path. So we got ourselves something pretty cool. Stole is a strong word. Acquired via inheritance. Okay, so that one's just okay. There we go. Sorry. Well, no, so I think that's one of the reasons why I always feel like I'm playing an indie game, not a like traditional title, because there's so much of this that doesn't make sense, right? Like, if we can make a coat that can cover a person and protect them from timefall, why aren't we making a tarpaulin out of that and putting it over the supplies? You know.
Hello.
Yeah, so heading in towards this way, so I'm gonna ditch the shit truck and we'll spray everything before we deliver it. Okay, I'm gonna need to just quickly change the tips system. Difficulty. Gonna be encounter animations first time. Avatar image on. Tips display. Oh, okay. There's a spoilers one. Like, I'll just ask questions if I get, like, you know, stuck or lost. It's just, if I have to see it one more time, like, tell me, say my, if I have to see that, press both shoulder buttons to maintain your, I know. I know. Okay, there we go. Because I kind of want to see the game, not... Ooh, easy now. Huh. Agalius was saying those plants that look like a loose bundle of long thorny sticks are called an octothillo or coach whip. Fascinating. The small bundle of twigs in front of you is referred to as a Brit. A very strange creature indeed. But yeah, sorry, so jumping back, like, the way timefall affects you and your... Oh. Hello. Oh. It's more... video gamey, right? Oh, easy now.
Buen dia, Sam. ID confirmed. Welcome, Sam.
Security measures lifted. Weapons detected. Be advised that usage is restricted inside facility grounds.
Access the delivery terminal to process your orders and requests.
Ooh. Wind chimes. Alright, deliver and report. Excuse me, my itchy nose. Because, yeah, we won't have a place to stay here.
You're Sam, right? Did the timefall give you a lot of trouble? Thanks for making the trip. Allow me to assess the condition of your cargo. Salvaste la vida. Thank you. Did not think we would ever get this back, but seems I was wrong. I have to say, this was well worth the wait. I had a feel.
Okay.
Time to connect the Cupid. Once we're part of the chiral network, we'll be able to use these remote medical units you brought. I can get myself checked out as well.
Interesting that they were like, you're gonna have to make them trust you before they'll connect you to the chiral, before they'll connect to the chiral network. We brought one thing and they're like, yeah, okay, well, we're cool. This is what I mean is like, this is the virtuous mission, you know. We're absolutely going to have some shitfuckery dropped on us very soon. We're gonna make it to the lab that's researching BTs. We're gonna have the BT fight. Something big and messed up is coming, right?
Now displaying your current porter grade.
Yeah, this is our tanker chapter.
Chiral communications have been established. Now I can finally use one of these medical units to assess the condition of the child I'm carrying. I their strong
It could be
health.
Moose. I mean, the fact
The
the last one was
elderly
called
residents here
Bridges
will
to
also
build
be happy
bridges.
to receive proper
Drawbridge?
medical care. Oh, seems like you should be capable of fabricating PCCs now as well. Probably thanks to the chiral network expand.
Okay.
Of course, every additional structure.
Yes.
There's one other problem we've been dealing with lately, though. It's not a critical issue, so I posted an aid request with further details. If you're interested, you can check it out via your ring terminal.
I might do the... Alright, what issues are you dealing with?
Some of the cargo we had stored here was washed away during a massive flood. The water carried it into bandit territory, so we're in no position to reclaim it ourselves. I know this isn't the sort of thing a porter like you normally does, but if you're willing and able, please check the aid request. All of the relevant details should be available for review on that ring terminal you're wearing. You can use it to confirm the cargo's location. So, if your travels happen to take you out that way, we'd really appreciate the help.
Okay. Any new orders?
A new order? Looks like the residents of the C1 South Distribution Center need you to recover some cargo from abandoning. You can
Okay.
once you're good to go. I'll share additional...
Sorry, I don't mean to skip on through. It's... we all know this particular style of dialogue. It's the, you know... there are rats underneath the pub, etc. Okay. Yeah, so recover chiral density gauges stolen by bandits. So we'll have to go... shit, cross-country, fight our way over that way.
Okay, Sam. Are you ready? Then I'll bring you up to speed with what I know. The order you've undertaken is to recover chiral density gauges that have been stolen by bandits and taken back to their base. The base is located in some overgrown ruins, so you'll have a hard time getting a clear view of it. You might want to construct a watchtower nearby before you charge in. With it, you can get a better handle on the situation and improve your odds of getting the job done quietly. But that's not all, of course. Other porters are also able to make use of your structures. This way, you can help out the people who follow in your footsteps through this area. Think about what I told you and finalize your route. Best of luck to you out there.
Yeah, I think at this, like, this is definitely the point in the game where it really does want us to do what we're told.
Commencing route creation. Delivery route finalized.
You know, Nick, I didn't want to sound like the ignorant Brit in the room, but also same. It was a very Huodada accent, you know? Oh yeah, no, Fearless, that's not a spoiler at all. Right now, it's trying to teach us a bunch of the different styles of delivery. So this one, we will prep our kit, fight our way through this, pick up the loot, and then take the loot to the next part. Whether or not we choose to spend a lot of time in the Mexico area in the tanker is really up to us. You know, we'll have a little discussion once we're further in. So we currently have 2 ladders, 1 container spray. We've got a master gun. Honestly, probably going to want a fucking gun. 12 shots left. That should be enough. So on the tool rack, we'll place that in the private locker. And now we're going to fabricate us a fucking gun. So this is MP bullet. On an MP bullet's effective against any target. This rifle comes equipped with a light, semi-fire, and auto. Now, I'm assuming MP means, like, mad points, like, cool as shit. Okay, and Fearless, that sounds cool. It's a regional French accent. Could be. With some of these individuals, like, you don't know if they're, like, NPCs put together by, you know, the squad, or if they are, in fact... How are your boots doing, mate? Oh, yeah, they're fine. Okay, fabricate equipment. Okay, well, that's cool. Where's my bloody gun? I love that you fabricated this for me. That's wonderful. Where's my fucking gun? Oh. Okay. Yeah, we've got one in the private locker. We don't need two. Seems pretty balanced. Yeah, right. We'll try and keep it with the pistol as best we can. Alright. And off we pop.
Thank you.
Off we pop. Okay. It's good to be here.
You'll stop by again, won't you, Sam?
Yeah, sure thing.
Watch out for bandits on the road.
Thank you. Kindly.
Till next time.
Gotcha.
Just trying to see who's going to get the last word in there. Okay. I'm trying to remember what the fucking buttons are for... Oh, Vitals Analyzer over there. I'm trying to remember what the button is for photo mode. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Nick was just saying that LinkedIn is very funny. It is. So, this morning there were people posting, like, AI is the future. If you don't have AI in your games and your projects, you're dead, your people are dead, and everyone you care about is dead. And now it's like, Sora was actually doomed from the start, and here are 12 reasons why. It's like this soulless robo-posting that has completely eroded anything that gave those people any value in conversation. Like, the Luddite angle is something I also find deeply funny. This concept that, like, folks who are against AI-generated slop are somehow anti-technology. And it's like, no, we are literally the most engaged. You know, we are people who love video games. There isn't actually another group who are more ready to embrace, like, weird, janky-ass tech first. Because the thing is, if you want to put tech into your business, it's got to work.
Take care, Sam.
Like, it can't be a complete fucking disaster.
Anybody out there? Just little old me.
Oh, that's cool. Sorry. That just little old me is another player somewhere in the world, right? Talking back to us. It's cool. Yeah, Phyllis, and on that side as well. Because, like, video games aren't at the cutting edge because of their stability. They're at the cutting edge because people use tech in video games wildly. And yes, as Chora says, the Luddites were historically against the factory owner using new machines to treat humans as another cog. Much like a lot of movements of the past. A lot of those individuals who are against the evils of capitalism are painted as being dumb or stupid or otherwise. Alright, but I gotta work out what the controls are for screenshots. Oh, okay. Recover 4 beloved walking sticks washed away in the flood. We'll see. You know what? We'll see how we find it after we've done kind of our training missions. According to Fearless, like, we'll get to a point where we can kind of move around Mexico freely. I think that's when we'll decide. Like, how much y'all are finding, how much y'all enjoying this and what we're doing, you know? Shit, what was I saying? Luddites, yay. I mean, there's so many little weird parts of history I love talking about. Like, the whole idea of, like, gin is for degenerates because the French wine industry was scared of gin and absinthe. There's a lot of misconceptions about what absinthe does to you. And it comes from the fact that absinthe is super cheap to make compared to wine and gets you more drunk. You know, there's... It's alright, Vershi. No one's perfect. Now, it said it was... Not this. It was hold down this. But then it was... Hide marker, place marker. Alright. If anyone knows how to do photo mode on controller, I'd be very grateful. Oh, check it out! The area that was flash flooding earlier during the time... During the time stop. There's a pretty clear path around this way, so I'm not too worried. And there'll be plenty of time for some good photos later. Nova says, Little Fire, I have sent documentation of Project Fried Rice. You won't get fooled again! You don't get me this time. What the fuck? What the fuck are these? They're like BT spiders? Thanks, I hate it. A little land octopi? Okay. I'm just trying to... Ow! Fuck! I'm gonna try not to step on them. Now you fucking tell me. Chiral chili oil. Okay, what? A little bit of... So yeah, they're basically chiral spiders. Thanks, I hate it.
That's the spirit.
See, we need the chiral stuff. I'm trying not to fuck with the tar pits too much. Okay. What do you mean, Nick? You don't need to cook up any mischief. You could be mischief-free. Ah, okay. All right. So Minnesota, thank you for the tip there. There we go. So yeah, I can now post little... You have to do it very, very quickly, otherwise it opens the menu. And now I just have to avoid stepping on spiders. Which, they don't move very quickly, and they don't seem to give too much of a fuck until I kill one of their mates. Which, it's weird that they would react like that. And... Oh, he's taking the little metals off! Oh, that makes my skin crawl, but it's kind of fun. So yeah, basically, if you've just been paying attention to only the UI and UI elements, those spiders will wreck your shit. Okay. Well, so Nick, the game we're playing on Friday is... I mean, I don't know how much of a GDC banter time it's going to be, but it's certainly just going to be catching up. Little Fire and I played the first 2 chapters of it. It was brilliant. And they just released the next 2. I don't know if it's the only 2. That is a lot of spiders. Ah, fuck! Ah, piss! Dude, run! Okay, I didn't quite get a good enough shot with the... Okay, so they don't go too far. Oh man, they are pissed at me. Norman Reedus in his new film, A Fuck Ton of Spiders. So Hawks, what and welcome. It's very good. Again, no spoilers. We're just kind of doing a little over the mountain setup. I hope you don't have arachnophobia, because otherwise, ugh. What? That's a missed opportunity. Simple Chaos is saying that there, apparently, due to a quick search, is nowhere online that sells a cuddly version of the Nightmare Spider. And we're not even in Australia yet. These are Mexican nightmare spiders.
I will always support you.
Well, I don't have arachnophobia, and I feel like I desperately need a shower right now. But hey, the moon! Okay, now it's time to be smart. Which I am capable of. Oh, easy now, Sam. Okay. Bandit grunt. Bandit grunt. Oh, out of range to tag. Alright, well, not quite there yet. Let's see if I get the moon in the background. Okay. But yeah, so Nick, I'm looking forward to it, because you're asking if you should go into it blind. Like, you'll get to experience the first couple of chapters, and we're not going to rush ahead and do things without you. And there are a couple of really cool bits, but then once we get to chapter 3, none of us know what's going to happen. And the thing is, last time we played it with only 2 people, and it really is a game best played with 3. Man, why do I spend money making one of these? Now I'm on here. And before you ask, Fearless, yes, I have seen the Junji Ito comic with the spider shark. But you know what's been interesting, Nick, is like usually there's a little bit of time to like digest and reflect post GDC. There's been no time. It is interesting that Epic was pretty absent from the show floor so far as I understand. Now we know why. Yeah. No. We want canteen, which is where we keep our Red Bull. Here we go.
Nice.
Do you think the bandits are going to notice I built this? Edwin says they took the day off to rest, and so much happened. They're more tired now. Yeah. Between the news, games, everything, Little Fire finding an AI-generated game that straight fucking stole from an old cartoon. Like, we kind of existed in a state of mania yesterday until we crashed. Yeah, and Fearless, that does make sense. Like, fuck's sake. Sorry, there was a climbing anchor left by Chris Chan's lawyer. Then there's the bigger owl has left us a ladder. Oh, good. Oh, good. Ooh. Actual functioning heat map. That's kind of cool. Yeah, so there's one of the chiral density gauges that we need.
There we go. Get out of my way.
Yeah, so it turns out, Jonas, yeah, that what I have been describing as the quote-unquote Tim Burton style comes from an independent animator who did a short for Channel 4 called The Sandman. Not based on the comics, obviously, but based on the old, like an old kind of like kids' fable. And yeah, Little Fire was going through the Horde and found this game that said it took inspiration and might have used some AI assets. And then you look at it, and they literally fed the short through the slot machine to recreate it. Yeah, sorry to bring that up. It was just like, what the fuck? I hadn't even heard Hide Nor Hair until Eugenics. And then I had to spend a whole week telling a new generation how they just got played. I.e., that the voice casting list from Eugenics is a marketing stunt, and that the very fact that someone is frustrated about it and talking about it is exactly what it's supposed to do. I had to remind myself that those of us who survived the Newgrounds were inoculated to quite a lot of that sort of thing. So yeah, that's the only reason I've been thinking about that individual. What's the activate terminal do? Oh yeah, I forget you actually have to physically walk over with resources to upgrade them. Anyway, look, I don't worry about you lot. I really don't, at least when it comes to this kind of thing. But it is just, I have to remind myself that, you know, the old ways have changed significantly, and that there are many, many younglings who are not inoculated against, you know, outrage bait as a form of marketing. I'd never recommend you do it for your titles. And while it definitely gets into drama turf, it's worth mentioning that, you know, there used to be a lot of people that worked with Ed McMillan that do not anymore. But that's not a story. Sorry, I'm getting wildly off topic here. So I'm creeping in on this one. Loshi says, random games history. What was some of the first landmark asynchronous multiplayer mechanics? It's tricky. It's tricky, right? Asynchronous was a difficult one to bring forth. You know, we had MMOs and mods and things like that that let people leave an impact on the world, you know. Stuff like Blink Blink, Ultima Online and things like that.
There we go, get out of my way.
But yeah, I'm really struggling to think when we first got asynchronous stuff. I.e., it is not an actively multiplayer game, but there are some multiplayer features. That's a great question, though. Facebook did have those asynchronous multiplayer games, and those were odd. I got super into the Naruto one for a while. Oh yeah, but Minnesota, the bodies that you leave behind are your bodies. Okay. Hard you can. Okay. Gotta do a little.
Come and get me.
Don't like that the shout button is there. Asynchronous multiplayer features. You know what? The DS Street Pass does count, especially some of the some of the side elements where you really could leave each other like cool messages and shit. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I mean, I always appreciate when people... I always appreciate people doing cool, wild shit. But yeah, there was some shit on Street Pass that was wildly offensive. Alright, there it is. So it's across the river. Alright, so we're going to go further down. Pop the ladder to sneak across. Jobs are getting... But yeah, so Dark Souls was one of the first kind of commercial uses of it that didn't end up being a complete and utter shit show. Which, I mean, that part of it is worth mentioning. I'm gonna taste some Mother Hubbards. Because I think Nintendo's thinking was that Street Pass would be safe because of the people being physically close to each other, right? But as we now know, there were some folks who would just sit in very, very crowded areas and just populate like the worst fucking stuff. I don't know what Matey Boy's doing, but he's about to get tased. It sounds like it's inappropriate. I almost said, we're not here to fuck spiders before I tased that guy, and then realised that this game is very Australian. And the spiders are literally out to kill me. Oh, you have a taser man right in the middle of his face.
All designated cargo successfully recovered. Proceed to delivery destination for processing.
No one wants to see that. Just have to hold it in.
Ah, it won't let me piss on my enemies. Ah, sorry. I wanted to see if I could before I tried. Alright, I guess we'll get the fuck out of here. Stupid. So the white paper has a lot. Play by email games. Well, see, I'm not trying to be a pedant on this one. It's just, I don't think play by email counts because you have to actively participate in it. You know, I guess the methodology of sharing the save, but it's not asynchronous, it's just you're taking your turn. You wouldn't call board games, you know, asynchronous multiplayer. Neopets. Yeah. Vershi. Personally, I enjoy listening to the Golden Oldies, like American Idiot and Panic at the Disco. But notice that even though we're not doing a lot of the side messages and whatnot, but it is trying to get us into a nice, smooth groove, you know? We're fighting local bandits, we're delivering goodies, we're the heroes, yay! This is the tanker mission. Yeah, I can't wait till we change characters we end up playing as, like, I don't know who would be the Raiden to Norman Reedus' Solid Snake, but would be very funny. Okay. All right, deliver and report. Whew.
Hola, you're Sam, right? I assume you're here to drop off that stolen cargo of ours? With those chiral density gauges in our possession, we'll be able to determine where BTs are likely to appear in the future. So, let's get a look at those containers and see if we're good to go.
Also, the one thing that I think matters is, like, how multiplayer is implemented. Like, there's a couple of things that I always think we've taken into consideration since Dark Souls, right?
It's practically spotless. Thank you.
Like, multiplayer as an experience, but also multiplayer as a threat. So, like, not everybody wants to play predominantly multiplayer games, and that's fine, but sometimes the threat of other people can add a level of spice that kind of kicks ass.
About, huh? Thanks. We really need it. I just have to say that you're an absolutely incredible porter.
You know what it is? It's because in my mind, anything that's like a shared server, shared experience, but played at different times is more in the West Marches style, where you all can affect the world. I don't think of that as asynchronous, but I also got super obsessed with asynchronous involvement. Asynchronous multiplayer games where I was looking at literally different clients connecting to the same game, which honestly doesn't matter to the user, but mattered to me a lot. So maybe I'm just being the stick in the mud on this one.
Looks like our chiral density gauges are just about good to go. So, let's see what that Cupid of yours can do.
Notice how easily everyone's like, yeah, no, let's sign us up. Let's do it. Something terrible is about to fucking happen. The reason they sent us is because, like, we're like the smiling face of making it not suck. We've got a blood grenade, we've got a timefall shelter.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
The irony that keeps calling me Silent Handler does make me laugh. I don't think anyone's ever looked at me and gone, you know what? That Will, he's a real silent handler.
It's high time we got on the chiral network. Our BT research should go a hell of a lot faster now. We just shared some data with you that'll let you fabricate blood grenades, a kind of anti-BT weapon, and build timefall shelters too. I think you'll find both very useful. The chiral density gauges you brought us have been safely integrated into our systems. We can resume all distribution center operations and get back to business as usual. A lot of lives are going to be saved.
Business as usual? I thought they were off the grid for a while. Hang on, BT research keeping you busy?
This whole area is a chiralium-rich environment, so there's a much higher risk of BT showing up. We've been coordinating with the research lab nearby, sharing data, etc. All to help develop BT avoidance and elimination solutions. One of the largest void outs ever recorded happened down south, don't forget, giving rise to a massive tar belt. So massive that it completely cut us off from the land beyond. We can't afford to let that kind of tragedy repeat itself here.
The land
But
beyond.
between the cargo you've delivered to us and our new connection to the chiral network, I think we got a shot. We're gonna make it through this.
Okay, what's the next order?
By the way, you're planning to visit the research lab, yeah? You'll have to pass through some dangerous territory then. We'll do a quick survey of the chiral density, so you might not want to leave right away. Let's not forget that you just tackled one of our toughest orders on record. Tell you what, we got a nice private room here that you can use to catch your breath. We'll get started on prepping the cargo for your next run in the meantime.
Certainly a better run than coming in out of that poor fucking sandstorm. Doodle-doodle-doo, if you will. God, that was bad. I'm sorry. That joke was bad and I feel bad. What the fuck?
Gate quake detected. Please seek shelter immediately.
Sam, are you okay?
I'm fine. You guys?
The facility's intact, but the research lab might have taken a hit. The local chiralium levels appear to be rising. Better hurry over there, Sam. Head to the delivery terminal upstairs and check their order.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a shower first. So Lyoshi, this is one of the things where I find like video game discussion, research, etc. to be very important. We had this conversation earlier on today where people were talking about 7 Days to Die, and I want to say prickly, but precision is important in discussions of business, right? Some folks were talking about how 7 Days to Die as a product had been like abandonware. And I was like, well, no, it's not abandonware. We just had the gate quake over here. Is everything okay with you? Lou's playing happily like it never happened. Fragile, I know you're going to fuck us over. I don't know how, but I know you're gonna. And that's not to be like, oh, well, you don't understand the thing. It's because, like, no, the difference between a game that was not maintained as well as it could have and something that is abandonware. If you're not familiar with the term, abandonware means that the game exists, but whoever owns it, be it the dev team, the publisher, whoever, no longer functions. So while it is not technically open source or free, it is treated thusly because it has been abandoned. There's no one to... There's no one to claim it, which means there's no one to protect its copyright. I can just have the old faux nerd glasses. Wait, no, on your head. Keeping that. There we go. But yeah, so the definitions are hazy because you can apply a definition backwards through game history, even though it doesn't ring true. This is where, because games are art, games are an emotional medium, and how you experience that medium and how you share that medium with others changes so drastically, right? This is where a scientific definition isn't going to help much, you know? Exactly, as Moose says, a game where the developers decided they were done with it and ceased development isn't the same as abandonware, you know? And that's an important definition. And Vern's correct, I would never advocate the downloading of an abandoned game here on Twitch.television.
Departing facility.
Sam, we've got a situation. The delivery for the research lab is ready for transport, but the chiral density is higher than anticipated. This may be due to the gatequake just now, but we've identified a new BT area in the vicinity of the lab. However, we have no BB pods on hand. I know you've got dooms, but without a pod, you're gonna struggle to determine exactly where the BTs are.
Don't worry. If I can get close enough, I should be able to see them. Seems like my dooms level or whatever went up at some point. Steer me in the right direction. I can take care of the rest.
Oh yeah? That's awesome. By the way, we finished a preliminary assessment of the BTs detected in the vicinity of the research lab. And we've prepared some weapons that should be effective against them. You're a pro. I know you can handle this. We've issued you a number of blood grenades. They use an active agent based on compounds derived from the blood and bodily fluids of doom sufferers, making them highly effective against BTs. You can practice using them in VR training. If you'd like to try them out, just access the delivery terminal to get started.
Legend asks, does it count as abandonware if the devs say, I'm done with this and it's no longer for sale? No. They also provided the game for free at that point. See, abandonware isn't a legal status. I would say that, yes, that would be in the spot. But abandonware is technically piracy because you're downloading hacked versions of it or, versions that nobody paid for. Now, philosophically, I would theorize that if you cannot pay the people who create a game for the game, then you're not stealing from them. You know what I mean?
All right, go ahead and pick up your next main order. I'll brief you on the details while you check your...
What ho? How is Stranded Readers Walking Simulator 2 going?
It's going real good. Currently, we're still in the paddling pool, and it's trying to lure us very much into this false sense of security. So there's that.
All right, Sam. You good to go? The new BT area we've identified is located in...
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Trigger a void out. So to prevent that, we need to
Golly gee, 18 months. That's like 2 weeks? Give or take a day or two.
Simple Chaos, that's probably closer to like half a year or so. It's got to be, right? Thank you. And Scotty, thank you for the bits. How are you doing? What? Oh, and welcome.
An aid request for a timefall shelter was registered in that vicinity. If you build one near that spot, you can use it to escape any BTs that may be pursuing you. And if you stash your backpack in a timefall shelter, you can rest easy knowing your cargo's safe from the rain and devote your full attention to dealing with any threats. So if you got room to carry a little extra, consider requisitioning a PCC and taking it along with you so you can fabricate a shelter for added peace of mind. You're the only one we can count on. Don't let us down.
So a void out is basically like a nuke, but of the dead. Yeah, we're not going to go up and over, so I'm going to let them bully me into going the way I'm supposed to. Okay, so so yeah, if the dead world and the living world collide, there is a nuclear event that will leave a massive, nuclear-like event that leaves a massive crater, and this tar-like oil that the BT and monsters kind of spring from. We're not taking the sedatives with us. If we transport them, we transport them. Okay. So as Moose was saying, abandonware isn't a legal status, but abandonment is a thing. If you couldn't argue abandonment based on nobody even knowing they have the rights, it's not abandonware. Yes. Like, for example, before it was picked up by Night Dive, oh yeah, this thing is not worth it. Before it was picked up by Night Dive, blink, blink. Oh, I'm gonna get you some new boots, mate. And it really wants me to make one of these, but okay. Because we can't use... Oh yeah, I forget we have a boot clip. All right, so be ready for those. All right, sorry, bear with me just a second. Brain scrambled. So yeah, when Night Dive acquired System Shock 2, up until that point, System Shock 2 was still technically owned, but it was owned by the insurance company who took control of all of Looking Glass's assets when they went into whatever form of bankruptcy or what have you happened to that company, right? Okay, so I'm going to stash one container spray. And along with the blood grenades, I'm probably going to bring another blood bag as well. No, you know what? We're good for blood. There we go. Nice and spread out. So yeah. I am sure there were lots of people who downloaded System Shock 2 without paying for it via abandonware sites. But now you can buy System Shock 2 from Night Dive. So if you were to download the abandonware version, that's piracy, for sure. And it was still piracy before, but there was no one to say, oi, knock that off. That was not a good explanation. Can I have another run-up on that one? No? Not allowed one? Okay. But no, I was just thinking of the... Lyoshi was talking about, like, asynchronous multiplayer. And, like... People talk about Dark Souls a lot. I talk about Dark Souls too much. But the thing I find fascinating is it creates a situation where the person, the assassin, the murderer, the threat, has the least amount of stake in the game, but the player being invaded has way more. However, the person being invaded will only be invaded if they've used an object or item or are in an area that flags them for that. So, like, if you're just walking through Dark Souls by yourself, you're actually fine. But if you invite your friend, which gives you twice the opportunity to take people out, twice the opportunity for damage, then that is what will invite someone to invade and level the playing field, right? But then you can also wear a ring that will summon a counter assassin into your game to come help you. And the interesting thing is both the blue and red player, the red player being the assassin, the blue player being kind of the counter assassin, they have the least amount of skin in the game. But the blue player has a level of social expectation because the blue player is supposed to protect the host, right? The assassin is essentially content. Maybe not content that people necessarily want, but still content. I find that fascinating, right? Okay. Yeah, we've got blood grenades. And those PCCCs. We can build a little shelter on the outside of town while we
Order accepted. Thank you.
while we kick ass. Dark Souls 3 did have purple guys that could kill anybody you wanted, and some of the experiments in Dark Souls were interesting. The PvP areas that they had usually had a hook or an element or something, you know? Norman Reedus, danger feeders. Okay, let's begin. I do have,
Thank you. Kindly.
I do have backpack spray as well. I think so, Moose, and I also think that the way in which they treat having friends with you as, hey, this is a huge advantage. So that's how we're going to balance it out. We're gonna make it so that if you decide to bring a friend with you, okay, but that means the game is allowed to throw wilder and wilder shit at you. Yeah, and they revitalized that idea later on for Dark Souls DLC, with players getting brought in. Well, yeah, so Lyoshi, you're not wrong in that the game incentivizes people to be kind. If you leave a message and other people go, shit, that was helpful, anytime that you get those messages upvoted by other people, you get health. And if you're doing a long run and you're trying to stay alive and not get fucking murdered, shit. Alright. Oh shit. So that was a category 6 Gatequake. So So yeah, so we're here. This is the Gateway location. I might do as I'm told a little bit this time. I do see that kind of end of Evangelion ring there, and the additional BTs. Now, this doesn't mean that people didn't use the system to mess with one another, you know. The amount of messages, especially in Dark Souls 1, telling people to jump here, or, you know, anyone who's ever found a hidden door ahead message and then immediately been fucking trolled. Like, you'll know. But it's like, I don't think asynchronous play has to necessarily be always positive. But it doesn't necessarily have to be negative as well. I'm kind of... You know what? The one I'm really going to want to get stuck into for, like, discussions and whatnot is the... Okay, we're going to make ourselves a little time shelter here. Do this.
Looking good.
Construction process now complete.
Okay, yeah, so now, if we go... Oh yeah, so if we go cargo management, carried on back. Place those in the backpack, and then it showed me how to... Was it here? No. Here? Yeah, offload backpack. Yeah, so now our backpack's being held safe by this. Now, we just gotta go and kick some BT ass.
Can anybody hear me?
Okay, so we gotta stop in... Oh, that's where it wanted to fucking build one. God damn it. God damn it. Alright, well... Of course, the BTs don't show up on tar maps. Sorry, on heat maps. Alright. Now, we don't have the thing that we need. which is akin to like a tiny dagger. Oh, you're fine, mate. It's just a spray of your own blood. You'll be fine. But they are doing this to make me feel like I know what I'm doing. You know what I mean? Oh, Sam, this is so cool of you. You're so good at killing BTs. This game hasn't even begun to fuck with me. Oh. Oh, I need grenades. And I still don't remember why it's the hands erupting from beneath, but I think his mate knows I'm here. Oh. He sounds big mad. He sounds extremely big mad.
Looks like a way through.
Okay. Not too shabby. Like I don't fucking know that. Okay, there we go. That was handled. Again, I really do think the game is just trying to make me feel good right now. Okay. I just want to grab these tar samples and then bring everything together. I was thinking about this, if we want to get like a ruin your local tech bro as a t-shirt. There we go. Carrying this shit back the old-fashioned way. Oh, easy, Sam. Don't get crazy here. Oh, sorry, what were we talking about before I faced down, you know, BT's... my incredible powers. Unfortunately, like an idiot, I left my backpack way too far away, so I'm gonna go get it before I can pick up the cuddly toy. Hey, legend, have a lovely rest of your evening. I fucking thank you all. I mean, I'm a little drifty potato myself. The battle for sleep is a... it is an ongoing struggle in this household at the moment. So it does mean I'm a little bit sideways drifty potato in more than a few ways. Ah, Sam's just covered in blood, mud, and bad times. Not a bad shout to slug some of our
Couldn't drink another drop.
So, how goes the dystopian future Amazon delivery person simulator? Smile.
Oh, fuck a duck. Super good and easy. Thank you for asking. How you doing, Bacon? And sorry, I'm gonna be saying this a lot over the coming days, but like, Bacon, thank you, and everybody. Sorry. Now that we're done with the BTs, I wanted to jump back. Moose was saying there's an interview with Miyazaki describing the feeling that inspired the systems, getting your car stuck in the snow, and everyone helped each other out. But whoever's turn it is to get pushed has to proceed on without knowing how it worked or how the people saved them, or without knowing the people who helped them. Yes. It's alright, we're just going to take this nice and slow. We're in no rush. Can certainly use the goodies. And Fred, how are you holding up? How was your weekends of video gamage or what have you? There's lots of things that I do like from the Soulsian element. Like, it's really interesting that when people are anonymized and limited with communication, they do tend to gravitate more towards helping each other. You know? The Sunbros became a movement. Because they do help each other, you know? Ooh, sorry about that. I will say that was definitely the easiest interaction with BTs I've had in both the last game and this one. So I really feel like I'm getting tankered here. I.e., the tanker from Metal Gear Solid 2 is the easiest part of Metal Gear Solid 2. Nah, Fred. Death Stranding Revengeance is you're playing as Sam Porter's chiropractor. So yeah, TLDR for those of you who've just joined us. So Sam's back on the grind. Fragile showed up out of fucking nowhere and is like, hey, you have to do your old job. And Sam goes, well, I don't want to. And she's like, yeah. Okay, so that means that's a lot of chiral. Yeah, you have to, otherwise what's left of the American government will find out about your child, who is still considered property. There it is. So Fragile has come out of nowhere to basically blackmail poor Sam. Okay. It's the goodies. I should have picked up the goodies before I had stuff in hand. That's on me. Yeah, Nikki, it feels like a sequel in the truest sense. Like, so far, nothing spicy, nothing different. If you played the first one, then you know what you're in for. I understand that with this game being very different than what a mainstream audience usually plays, I can't hate them for spending the time they have to try and make sure everybody's comfortable with the controls and whatnot. Ah, I mean, Fred, we are in Mexico, so we may get a spice delivery method. Thank fuck this isn't Death Stranding 3 Great Britain. Ooh, easy now. Ooh, easy. But also, there's been a little bit of weirdness. So here's the thing. Fragile shows up and says, you have to take this job. Your old co-workers are scattered to the winds, you have to do this. And Sam's like, kind of fucking don't. And then it does this weird time loop shit with us. And it loops us again and again until either we say yes, or until we agree to, either we agree to do the thing, or it just keeps looping around until you have no choice. Death Stranding 3 is a UK rail replacement. No fresher hell. No fresher hell. But, God, this is going to get muted so hard on the VOD. Ah, well. Ooh, easy, Sam. But, like, I don't think Death Stranding has started yet for us proper, if you know what I mean? And honestly, I think that last little foray with the BTs, I feel I'm being lured into a false sense of security. I also find, like, Death Stranding as a concept to be so fascinating because, like, you know, we are given, in my humble opinion, a true hero, right?
Get it done.
My name's Sam. Hey!
Right, nearly there. I'm sorry, friends. I gotta turn the. So when you're holding the straps on your shoulders, there's a vibration feature, and it's really uncomfortable. I have to turn that off, just like completely. Hey, so that was me turning that off. What the fuck? Oh. There we go. Whew. Yeah, my hands were starting to fucking hurt. Yeah, so sorry I've been a bit mentally wavy-davy. We did talk about the Epic laying off 1,000 people earlier. Obviously, I was fucking livid about it. But I'm trying not just to be a fountain of pointless, impotent rage. And yes, if your impotent rage lasts for longer than 2 hours, consult a physician. But yeah, like, as I said, I don't have any spicy stories to tell from the weekend. Got a hand-me-down frying pan that's really, really good. I watched Little Fire fold the perfect breakfast omelette. Damn, that view. Oh, just now. So that's been a lovely game changer.
Good morning to you. ID confirmed. Welcome, Sam.
Security measures lifted. Weapons detected. Be advised that usage is restricted inside facility grounds.
Access the delivery terminal to process your orders and requests.
Yeah. I remember, I think it was Rooster Teeth did it, but they laid out all the equipment that the Doomslayer would carry. And tried to have regular people even attempt to lift it. And it'll shock none of you that didn't work. It did not work. But I think it's that even though so far on this, the game has been very specific with, all right, now go fight these bandits. Go handle these BTs, so on and so forth.
Though, having said that, I realize you probably don't recognize me like this. Anyway, why don't you let me take a look at your orders? No notable damage that I can see. Good thing we gave this order to you. Oh, picked up some lost cargo, I see. Should be in... We never doubted you'd show. Reliable as ever. A man you can count on. We're ready for you to link us up with your Cupid. Once you do, you'll have fulfilled your objective of bringing the entirety of Mexico onto the chiral network.
God, that sounds so sinister. Okay, anti-BT effect added. MP bullets now effective against BTs. It's giving us a lot of tools very early on. You basically had to forge blood bullets in the last one that would allow you to do like ranged attacks on BTs. One of the first tools you get to deal with BTs is one of your cuffs unfolds, and the hook of the handcuff is essentially a knife that allows you to sever the BT's umbilical. But we're being given all of the shit right off the bat.
Sam, don't suppose you remember who I am? The name's Alex. I used to work at the weather station back in the UCA. I was a Bridges employee, reporting directly to Deadman. So, when I was offered the opportunity to collaborate with him here, studying the Death Stranding and BTs, I jumped at the chance, and here I am. And now, you're here too. You actually couldn't have come at a better time. Shortly before your arrival, chiral density levels started to climb, hitting significantly higher ranges than before. This kind of spike is indicative of an imminent giant BT appearance. I've shared with you some MP bullets that should be very effective against BTs. Because if a giant BT is on the way, then we're gonna need you to put it down.
Okay, what kind of weapons you got?
Well, the delivery you were kind enough to bring us contained a shipment of MP bullets that have anti-BT properties. This ammunition will turn your average assault rifle into a BT killing machine. You can also fabricate blood grenades if you want to keep a few on hand. Before you head back out, review your options and requisition any weapons you think you might need. We've set aside a ton of extra materials just for this purpose.
All right, where should I go? What should I do after this?
It's hard to know when this giant BT is going to appear. So for now, you should rest up in your private room and prepare for a potential fight. That's both mine and Deadman's recommendation. We'll keep you posted, Sam.
It's pronounced Deadman. He already looks so tired. He's been back for 2 days. Where's all our monster energy? These green tea in a cans aren't really going to cut it. We need chemicals. We need sugar.
It's been too long, Sam.
Why is everyone so weird?
You were a good friend to me. One I could never forget. Which is why I took steps to ensure that this message would only play upon your arrival. The sensors were set to scan for your biometric data. A simple enough trick. Now, this was originally a geophysics laboratory established for the study of earthquakes. And for that reason, it holds a wealth of documentation on gatequakes, tar currents, and placates. As well, I discovered, as research data on the other side. Now, what I'm about to tell you, I learned after I came to this place. Imagine that this is the lab.
This
Though
ain't a
it's
lab.
relatively close
That's
to
a
the
cell
northwest tip of
phone.
South America, the continent is entirely cut off from us by a tar belt. And so we have no idea what's going on down there. Nor do we know the state of any continent other than our own. The researchers here were trying to establish contact with the rest of the world. They were well equipped to do so, as the facility had once been used to launch research satellites. So they tried launching a variety of probes and drones in the hope of obtaining observational data, with no success. The Earth, you see, is shrouded in a thick layer of chiralium that renders electronics inoperable at altitude. So they tried sending ships across the ocean. Oh, yes.
Gundam Duck.
But that failed too. The high concentration of chiralium in open water proved too corrosive, invariably causing them to sink. But then the researchers found some rather rare birds on their doorsteps. Birds
Also
not
ducks.
native to the region. Nice birdie, nice birdie. And that, my friend, was just the beginning. Not far from the lab, they discovered a strange anomaly. Well, the surrounding area was heavily contaminated with chiralium. Yes. This is beautiful.
Next person to say chiralium
The
is getting a
researchers
wedgie.
would later dub the anomaly a placate. Further investigation revealed that it came into existence when you began to expand the chiral network across North America. and that the gate grew larger in tandem with the network itself. What started as a tiny fissure in space became so much more. The researchers duly installed cameras to study the gate and its surrounding area. Now, to their surprise, they caught footage of some unusual marsupials. Yes, a kind you wouldn't expect to normally encounter in Central America, like the birds. But to confirm their suspicions, they sent an autonomous robot through the gate. The soil samples it collected were consistent with the archived geological data from the southern hemisphere.
These camera angles are amazing. Thumbnails for days.
Not long after, several men and women came through the gate. They spoke English. And they confirmed that they had indeed come from faraway Australia. We finally knew the world outside North and Central America had survived. Ours was
What's that
not
name of the
the
restaurant you
last
liked? One with all the
bastion
shit on
of
the
humanity.
walls? Carillium!
Australia had suffered the death stranding too. Undeterred, the researchers began working closely with Bridges and conducted a series of tests, paving the way for an expedition to Australia that would lay the groundwork for chiral network expansion. After they had first installed surveillance equipment, that is, so that the gate could be monitored from the Mexican side, a necessity to this day as Australia is not yet connected to the chiral network. The UCA may not have dreams of conquest and control, but they aren't about to let just anyone use the gate. Indeed, that's one of the reasons they were so determined to connect Australia to the network in the first place. Well, I suppose that's all I have to say about the plate gate. There's something else that I need to tell you, though. Something far more important. Mind if I pause it here? I have to go take a shower.
Gate quake detected. Sam, a gigantic BT just showed up outside. We're prepping weapons for you now. Access the terminal up top and take whatever you need. We're counting on you.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Okay. Oh. Guess chiral tea it is. Get caffeinated, Shinji. Sam Porterbridge's seen here beasting 3 energy drinks before fighting a kaiju. Fun fact, in this world, Sam Porterbridge's, he's 22. That's what this life does to you. Alright, let's go fucking
Game
tool
over.
up.
Sam has a stroke due to acute elevated blood pressure.
No. Absolute heart explosion.
Manifestation imminent. Access the delivery terminal to make preparations for combat.
No. Terminal. Okay. So, ladder. Private locker. Container replace plate. Private locker. Time for an extra handgun. Still got some blood grenades left. Actually, just get some proper good ones. Shiny new boots. So we got our blood grenades. Combat ladder! Okay, so the assault rifle now has anti-BT properties. Take an extra stock of those. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay. 2 rounds of blood grenades, pistol, and all the good shit. Alright. Who's ready to rumble? And Exo, if I didn't say it, Watto and welcome. Alright. Let's see what it gives us. Ah, fuck sticks. I knew that area was too... What the fuck? Oh, that's fucked up. Oh, shit. This is not the Quokka I was promised! Okay, well. Oh, my feet! Oh, that thing is horrifying. Oh no. Sam. Oh no. Okay, so that didn't go according to plan, and I didn't expect to go from 0 to Bloodborne to Rabikwa? Watto and welcome. Hello. You picked a hell of a time to jump in. That poor Norman jumping in that gulp. Oh no, not again. Okay, time to do gun things. And we're already gooey. And we're already gooey. Alright, oopsie daisy. Ah, poo! He hit me with a truck! It's the weird white BTs that always, like, freak me the fuck out. Sorry, got an idea. No, don't piss. Can't believe I'm this one saying don't piss, but don't piss. Oh god, whose baby is this? Go right for the juicy ROM bits. Alright, where is he? I do deeply appreciate that gun is being left by a guy who's called I'm just so tired. Oh, that's horrifying! I think I made it mad. Okay, we got this. Sorry, I'm super fucking... Sam, get up. Did we get it? Oh, fucking hell. Okay. Okay, there we go. Handled. Not handled. Fuck. Oh. No, we're good. Yeah, super easy, not stressful at all. Is the fact that just that all it takes is that one touch for a full void out. It's just a chill game for babies. I can't believe we found worse ROM. Okay, alright, so everybody who came in during that, hello.
Sam, this is Alex. You did it! We've confirmed the chiral crystallization of the giant BT. Local chiral density is already dropping fast. I think we can all rest easy for now. You've saved a lot of lives by killing that monstrosity. We won't forget that. Head to the research lab's private room and take a break. You've earned it.
What you need is a full shower. Actually, you know what? I haven't tried dropping a message yet. Let's... Here we go. Instruction sign. You did it! There we go. Okay. Poor bugger needs a shower now. But you'll get what I'm saying, like, so far, this game's been going hard and telling us how wonderful and special we are. Sam, you're so clever and cool. Man, I can't believe how much you've saved the day already. You've saved Mexico! Nah, this is setting us up. We can go back to my condo. On the beach! Wheeler, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. We're like 3-4 hours in, and so far it's keeping us in the paddling pool. It's setting us up for success, surely. Actually, Fred, it's yeah. Stop. And then you smash a pot on your own face. I just need more games. I just need more games to understand that with photo mode, just please have some music or something playing. Please. Oh, I'm just kicking it home. Not on the beach! But yeah, I am going to be taking a lot of pictures while we're doing this. I just wish there was like audio and stuff happening during the background, but I understand why not, because you basically have to pause everything else. And if you have a diegetic music system, that was when we did. So far, the only thing about this that's been kind of cheap was the last time on Death Stranding. It's just a 17-section slideshow where the music stops if you don't beast through it at high speed. How many clocks have you got, Fred? Look, I think diegetic stuff is cool, right? I just think they're neat.
I want you to know that we appreciate you.
Hey there!
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kindly.
Okay. Nap time. Get this poor guy a fucking shower. But I don't know, this isn't the tanker, this is the virtuous mission. In Metal Gear Solid 3, you're sent off on your initial mission, which turns out to be a shit show. And, you know, the entire time Zero... Or is he calling himself Major Tom at that point? I forget. keeps telling you like how great and clever you are. You're the best thing the CIA has ever produced. I'm very clearly British, and I'm telling you. You're gonna be inheriting the title of Big Boss. Aeon says, why do the showers in this feel like they've been given the attention of cooking
As
and
I
Monster
said
Hunter?
before, there's something I need to tell you.
I'll
It's
talk about this
Lou.
after cutscene,
You
but
see,
I think
after
it's
you
an
left
important
Bridges,
one.
I decided to do a little digging into BB-28's past. That is, Lou's. I found the BB decommissioning records. Now, according to them, BB-28 was flagged for disposal and subsequently incinerated 4 years ago, long before you and Lou first met.
That's BB-28?
This is the child officially identified as BB-28. But if you look closer, Sam, you see at once that it can't possibly be Lou. Right there at the elbow, where the birthmark should be. Nothing. Which means we have another BB-28 on our hands. The one with whom you memorably went west and back not so long ago. That is Lou. Per regulations, the serial number assigned to each BB was unique. No two units should have ever been assigned the same one. I've cross-checked the details with the most up-to-date entries in the UCA database. And indeed, there is no reason to believe BB-28 survived. All of which can only mean, Sam, that the bridge baby you carried with you on your journey across America, Lou, was never recorded in the official database. So, where then did Lou come from? Right now, your guess is as good as mine. But as worrying as that sounds, this could actually be to your advantage, since it's functionally impossible for the UCA or Bridges to track a BB of which they have no record. Which is lucky, because if they did know about a BB that could live and grow outside the pod, they'd want to secure it for study. So take comfort in the knowledge that they don't, that you're free.
Except for
that you can bring up Lou in peace.
That Fragile said they do. So,
How is
called
it,
it.
by the way?
And Fearless, welcome
The
back.
two of you living as a family. Right. I have gifts for you. A few things to take back home. An assortment of vaccines to be administered as your child grows up. We want Lou to live a long and healthy life. And it's natural for children to be afraid of shots. Maybe this will help put Lou's mind at ease. A token of my affection. You can collect it via the delivery terminal when you leave. I wonder how big Lou will get. Anyway, there's one more thing I wanted to share with you. As you know, everyone is meant to go to their own beach when they die. But unlike most people, I wasn't born from a mother. I was born from an artificial womb. Transplants provided the organs I never had. I was incomplete and had no beach, I believed. But I wasn't about to accept that. I went back home to study the Ha and Ka and the beach. I threw myself into my work, Sam. I tried.
The Ha and
I
the
think
Ka.
I've done all that I can. In the end, I'm still a patchwork Frankenstein's monster. One that's just about worn out.
And I'm going to find out in about
As a
3
doctor, I
hours
can
that the
tell
Ha and the Ka is actually super important and cool.
I don't have long left.
Lolly lule lo.
So I've devoted my remaining time to research. That's why I'm here, Sam. Where I can focus on the beach. There's so much data here, Sam. On beach formation, jumping via beaches, the relationship between the beach and placates. All the evidence you could ever wish for. Not enough to solve every mystery, perhaps, but enough for me to make an incredible personal discovery. That I have a beach after all. It doesn't matter how I was born. I have lived as a human. And thus do I possess a beach like any other. I am not a machine, but a person with a heart and a car and a beach to go with them.
Life's a beach, but only after you die.
Yep, that's the entire plot of this game.
Lastly, I have a confession for you, along with a heartfelt apology. I told you once that I didn't have dooms. But that's not actually true. Not that I was lying, you understand. I just didn't know. It was only after I found my beach that I realized. Chiral, allergic reaction. I can feel it getting closer. I'm off to the beach, Sam. To my beach. Take care of yourself.
Eureka! Ka, ka, ka. Death finds a way.
Sam.
Which sport has discovered the critical secret to great humor? Hockey.
I'm sorry that man is gone.
Hockey. The sport they play
I would
in
have
the
been pleased
Canada.
that he managed to extend the UCA network all the way to his lab. Thank you, Sam.
What horse shit are you cooking, Fragile?
I guess I'm homeward bound.
Missing little Lou that badly?
Hey Sam, we've got some early feedback on your photographs. Our focus groups indicate people would like you to have some form of expression in them. Any expression. Anything at all.
I'm going to see if I can find a blanker face. Hershey and Vanderbeest. Heckin' thank you. Alright. Okay.
Poor guy, forever trapped on a Mexican beach as a holographic Jet 2 rep.
Yeah. Scotty, thank you as well. Okay. So from the first game, Deadman was an interesting character because his relationship with death was a fascinating one. Like, he was made of, of donated organs and leftover parts. Believed himself not truly to be alive because he did not have a beach of which to go to and things. And with this, it's like, all right, he kind of left us, peace out, see you on the other side message, which is sweet. But it's because we're sitting on this side of the reveal, whatever the actual hook of this is. So, like, okay, cool. There are basically teleportation gates between here and a bunch of the other blink. Between here and a bunch of the other continents. South America is completely lost. Yes, I know, I'm chatting. Norman gets bored when he's left alone too long. Gets grumpy with me. It's alright, you can chug some more green tea or something, mate. Yeah, the UCA want us to secure the plant gate, which is our whole mission here. It's just, knowingly or unknowingly, Fragile is part of some serious horseshit going down. And now we know that the UCA did not know that Lou was around. That honestly, like, we didn't even have to hide. Because so far as they're concerned, little BB-28 was decommissioned, i.e. popped in the big furnace, and that was the last of it. EXO, I don't know. In OG Death Stranding, it was predominantly monster, but in different regions you could find beer. So... Poor guy. Have his heart going like a fucking hummingbird. And a little Kojima Productions can there.
If a king sleeps on a king mattress, and a queen sleeps on a queen mattress, what does a prince sleep on? An air mattress.
That feels like a Blueprints joke. Thank you. Yeah, we're in basically a fancy hotel room. Okay. All right, mate. So at this point, we can check our weird little in-game Facebook. New map filter available, allow you to control which icons to display on a map. That's pretty cool. Got a few good shots there. I mean, let's have a look together. We've got... so we've got Spaceman, Weird Spaceman, King Spaceman, Automated Public Assistance, Robo Brain, ooh, this drawbridge, Baby Selfie, The Monster, The Monster's Aftermath. Cool guys don't look at explosions. Cool guys are gonna have nightmares for several days. Running and passing and passing and running. Just look, baby! And then these are some kind of like classics from the first. And again, I don't know if these are ones I took or if these are very similar to ones I've taken. Especially that one with them looking smug. Yeah, so we can... Oh, that's cool. So yeah, we can effect with that.
Sunrise will be occurring shortly.
Okay.
Hey, Sam. About that message Deadman left for you. I hope you understand that he wanted to tell you all that himself. He didn't want it to come from me or anyone else. Naturally, we respected his wishes. We'll also be carrying on his research in his stead. I'm sure you will, but please take care of that last order he left for you. On another note, you can now use your PCC to construct generators and bridges. Build them along your delivery routes, and you're sure to make a ton of other porters very happy. Trust me. Who knows? They might end up returning the favor someday, too. Also, you can now fabricate tri-cruisers, trikes with 2 front wheels. You'll be able to build, charge, or repair tri-cruisers at any facility with a garage. Like this one. It's a battery-powered vehicle, so if you run out of juice in the wild, you can always construct a generator to recharge it. Just be careful not to run out of battery when you're outside network coverage. You can only use your PCC to build generators or any other structures when you've got a network connection. So without coverage, you'll either have to ditch a dead tri-cruiser or wait forever and a day for the solar panels to recharge it. Once again, thank you for linking up all of Mexico, Sam. Be safe out there, and pay us a visit the next time you're close.
Is it okay? Is all of this sitting weird with anyone
I
else?
just reviewed the list of UCA associates. You can rest easy. Any data concerning your life on the run has been erased. So once you've taken care of Deadman's final request, you can come straight home. Access the terminal on site for the details. I'll take care of Lou. Just focus on
Wait,
the
we're
job.
still dealing with this always online bullshit. Okay. Oh, okay. Alright, this is pretty cool. So the last mission is literally deliver the presents for Lou. We gotta go. Wants us to head back through the back down to the South Distribution Center, across the way to C1, and then home. Alright. Sorry, friends, bear with me just a second. Vershi, you fucking ledge. Thank you. Although that is a... Okay. Deliver a present for Lou.
This custom cargo container is designed to be attached directly to your chest. The words, "For Lou," are written on it.
Okay, so we're definitely taking that. That. Oh yeah, we can take a trike back as well. Okay. Hang the fuck on. Oh, there we go. Well, we'll be able to take the bike pretty much down and through, especially if we go around here. Okay, so yeah, we'll pack a bag. If anybody wants me to pick up any...
Commencing route creation. Delivery route finalized. Commencing route creation.
We can choose whether or not we want to stop in the distribution center. Yeah, we'll take the gully through here. Oh yeah, this is going to be the arsehole right here. be careful with this bit, because if once again, if we're dealing with the fucking...
Delivery route finalized.
Alright. Okay, so lose present, attached to chest. Blood bag. Base utility pouch. Other blood bag. Base backpack. Fuck it. We'll take an assault rifle for now. No, like, I need it. Okay, we got good shoes. Need one of those. A ladder. We really need a climbing anchor. Container spray just in case. That's really it. Like, we don't need a lot else. Okay, sorry. Jumping back. So PBS was saying from the first game, the car is the soul and the heart is the body. And the Kamehameha is the blue energy projectile. Fuck you. I can't believe I fell for that. Oh, absolutely changing the colour. Yeah. Yeah, give me that good weeb stuff. Okay.
Tri-cruisers are now available for fabrication.
Yes, I know, robot. Sorry. So were you genuinely asking why the bloke was blue? Because he's stuck in holograms and whatnot? Oh, God. This weekend's done a number on me. Or are we just blue man grouping it up here? I keep thinking the camera's tilted because I've got the armor hanging off the board for the snareway bet. Okay. Alright, there we go. Time to head out. Well, yeah, the red ones go faster. Get the zooms on. Oh. Sorry, yeah, so what I was saying to Little Fire was just that I think we're heading towards the story stuff. Now, we could transport goodies back and forth between these little settlements.
Order accepted.
And we would probably get a bunch of goodies and a bunch of cool stuff. But the thing is, they keep doing this thing. Whee! Tasty Cactus. What turn? Welcome. They've been doing this thing where they keep telling me how cool and good I am.
Hey!
Aww. Boldly. There's a talented artist out there. It's an artist probably lives out in the mountains, really love her painting. She lives by herself and wanted to do something to make her life easier. So, you know, if you're into fashion. So he's trying to suggest that we go... It's probably somewhere up here in these mountains. And there's also this region here, which hasn't been connected to the chiral network either. Which probably involves some deliveries and things like that. And, you know, I reserve the right to change my mind and come back and do some of the mini-mission stuff, but I'm heading straight back to give the gift to Lou. Because... shit, we'll have to go around. Because there's something about this... There's something about how everybody keeps saying how great and wonderful Sam is with no downsides and the ilk, and I'm not buying it. You know, the guy's like, hey, do you remember me from the previous game? Here I am. And I'm like, you're... Oh, okay, not what I meant to do, but alright. Essentially, they're up to something and I can smell it. So I want to progress the story a little bit more to see where we're at. And hey, if it turns out there was a bunch of cool shit that I missed that I should have done, then one, you will have cool shit that you can get into when you play this. Well, because with Tasty Cactus, like I don't agree with that, right? Like Death Stranding 1 is so much about bringing hope and connection to people, right? You meet the characters with the dumbest fucking names that by the end of it you're like, oh, that's why. And it feels a little weird that, you know, poor Dead Man has kind of been written off, like, off-screen a little. But I guess Del Toro was busy with whatever cool shit he's cooking up right now. And that's okay. I think one of the things I really love about Death Stranding is that it really appreciates the small
Viking
gestures
64
have a
Cat
massive
Hut
impact.
Nikki 0 love.
Nikki, oh, heckin' thank you. 15 months, unbelievable. Feels like you just got here. Like, we're so far before the reveal, before even the whatchamacallit, the okay, just gonna charge my bike up, that's fine. We're so far before the even seeing the credits that I don't know, I know when a game is patronizing me. No, I shouldn't say that. I can feel what we're being set up for. Does that make a weird sense? And yes, this is first proper playthrough. So I'm fully aware that it's going to pull some crazy nonsense on it because it's a Kojima Productions game. Ooh. I played through the first game at great length, and I'm doing my best not to be insufferable about it. Whose fish is that?
It's just how it goes. It's just how it goes. It's just how it goes.
Anybody out there?
Is the Quokka this one? No, we haven't used the Quokka yet. Alright. Oh, cool. Data breach. I guess now that we've connected the network, we get the other things. I don't know, Virtue, that sounds like the kind of shit some fucking weirdo would do. Making a coffee table book of screenshots from a video game? No, that's some weirdo behavior right there. So yeah. Like I said, I find it fascinating that one of the deeper mysteries in Death Stranding is in the first game, you're delivering pizzas to people. And it's one of the more challenging ones because the pizza can't flip over or it ruins the pizza. So you have to keep it stacked correctly. Which is kind of cool. But that ends up being a great mystery unto itself, and I don't know. Shit like that is powerful. Scotty did 4 walls and a ceiling with magazine ads from CVG and Zap. So, like right now, this is the tanker, this is the virtuous mission, this is the, you know, oh, you're clearly this guy, but instead of being the super spy or the, you know, the cool kid ass kicker, you're a delivery person. So what do? You deliver. You're back here, doing what you're good at. God, we don't even need to stop here. The sandstorm seems to have pretty much lifted, so as long as I can avoid getting chewed up by BTs, should be fine. Sam is a badass. Again, I still think he's one of the better examples of like a good protagonist. But yeah, so far, like I said, refusing to do this led to this weird time looping situation that was very odd. And I knew something.
Intrusion detected. Intrusion detected. Level 5 alert. Multiple unidentified armed hostiles inbound.
Fucking knew it.
Your shelter is under attack.
They're in danger. I gotta get back.
Let's get us up onto the highway and see if we can. What the fuck? Puppy? Not puppy.
What the fuck are these guys?
Take the road as far as I can and avoid them. Try and stop me from taking my bike through. I have formal QA training. Ooh, these things are squirrely. Don't worry, I've got an idea. That wasn't the idea. This is the idea. Oh shit, the bed. Nope. Fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. Fuck those guys. What in the fucking bridge baby hole shit is this? Get fucked! Oh no! Puppies, no! Gray Fox! Colonel! That ninja is Gray Fox! Colonel, that dead ninja is Gray Fox! Weeb! It's gonna be Del Toro under the mask. Ninja. I would like to thank Norman Reedus for the absolute peak.
What was his deal?
Exactly. What the fuck was that? I'm going home. I've got a beer and a bath waiting. Go see the kid. Hope that Fragile hasn't taught that poor kid any, like, international swear words. Yeah, there's a clearer path this way because we're not dealing with the,
Gunfire detected at your shelter. Destruction of personal database confirmed.
Blue.
because the thing is, Sam Porter Bridges went through, like, category 11 horse shit throughout the course of Death Stranding 1. A red ninja fighting robo-dogs isn't even on his fucking scale. I found the boost. It's like if you've ever seen someone taking their kids for a walk in, like, you know, Camden or central London, and someone's trying to be all weird and different and zany.
Nobody's home. Maybe outside. She can't have gone too far. shelter.
Okay. Okay, so if that was me,
Came in handy.
not liking the look of that cross over there.
What the hell happened?
She does have the physical body of an 80-year-old woman, so don't. She seems a little fragile. Oh yeah, and Scotty, this the point when we hit the highway, and the trike picked up speed was really cool.
What happened to Lou?
We were attacked.
No one else
It
knew
all
where the fuck we
happened so
were.
fast.
She learned that from an app.
Intrusion detected. Intrusion detected. Level 5 alert. Multiple unidentified armed hostiles inbound.
Sorry, Sam. I lost your baby.
Hey. Sorry I came to your house and threatened you to do one last job. Got your baby nicked. Sorry, Sam. Whoopsie doodle. Again, the camera angle stuff and things like that isn't hugely revolutionary, but I just keep reminding myself, this is the Horizon Zero Dawn engine. They make and do all this cool shit. Oh shoot, a baby!
I tried to jump us out of there. But I could only take my equipment with me. And I couldn't possibly think of Blue like that. There was no way for the two of us to escape together. The best I could hope for was to jump Blue out. Just Blue.
Oh, what the fuck?
Sam, what's going on?
Can you hear me? Can you see me? You can't. Because you're dead.
Fuck! Get me the mech. No, no, no. The big mech. Yeah, of course, the one child who has not been obnoxious in a video game killed off. Fuck! So basically, Fred, the spooky ghost looking Mother Hubbards are beached things that have washed up on the beach. In the philosophy of this game, everyone has a beach that you will go to when you pop off this mortal coil, right? But the Death Stranding was when a whole bunch of things from the beyond were basically beached upon the shores, causing an apocalyptic event. You encounter them a lot through the first game. What happened there, so you can see these guys, was when little baby Lou died. Because she was half in, half out, she went back to her little housing. BTs are angered by the living, but if they should ever touch, it creates a void out, which is, for all intents and purposes, oh, that's a big bastard. Which, for all intents and purposes, is like a nuke going off, but it's the things from the beyond. That's why in the first game, killing people is such a no-no. Because if you shoot a bad guy and you just leave him to bleed out and die, then they will cause a void out that will nuke a whole area. And it will actually leave a permanent crater on the map.
Whoa.
There was no way for the two of us to escape together. Escape together. The best I could hope for was to jump Lou out. Just Lou. Sam, I know there's nothing I can do to make it right. I know. Sam, stop hurting yourself. Please. Give me the gun. There is nothing left for you here. Nothing but sadness and regret. You can't go on like this. Come take a walk with me.
I'm still not even convinced that it isn't some horseshit that she cooked up. I don't know why, but... It's the creepy hands. Also, Kakazi, I guess that's probably why I'm not sobbing, is because Lou was already a miracle. Metal Gear Ray, is that you? You know, looking good. Gained a bit of weight, like filled out proper. Looking good.
It's time for you to hit the road and start a new journey.
I think it's time for you to start punching people in the face. And spill a Watto and welcome. Now I forget how Sam's repatriation works, that basically he can't cross over, which is why he comes back from the dead. It got explained better in the last one.
Successfully purged. Blood alcohol content nominal.
Ugh. Horrible thought.
Well, it looks like someone needed a nap. Hope you like your new private room. Feel free to make yourself at home.
Wait, hold up. Where's the pod? Where's Lou?
Settle down, Sam. Lou's with me. You'll see us soon enough.
Okay. I will be interested to see if the Kojima Productions horror game does actually drop, because that one's been cooking for a long time, and tea.
Welcome to Drawbridge, Sam. And to the DHV Magellan, our mobile base of operations. Come on, I'll help you get your bearings.
On for it. What and welcome.
Ship's armory. Here you
Well,
can check your weapons.
good to see you. Hope Game Devery is treating you well.
These rooms over here belong to other members of the crew. They're pretty much the same as yours. And the shower's down at the end.
This is one hell of a ship you got here. Courtesy of the UCA, I'm guessing.
No. As I told you, Drawbridge is a civilian outfit.
Sure.
But we do have a generous patron with access to plenty of capital and tech.
Sounds like a UCA big shot.
Don't ask me. We've never met face to face. They value their privacy.
Seriously? No better than to believe that bullshit.
We've both been used and lied to before, it's true. But as long as they keep up their end, I won't pry.
Radrill's got this whole, like, smug captain shit going on right now.
This is the headquarters of our humble operation. The bridge of the DHV Magellan. It's always like this when the DHV Magellan's on the move.
Kitty.
Meet Tarman, our resident doctor and geophysicist.
No, the hands have not been explained
He's also the
or
captain
acknowledged.
pilot, in case you hadn't noticed. And a fellow doom sufferer. The nav console offers a direct connection to the Tarkarans. The downside being that we all have to bathe in Caralium.
Happy to have you aboard, Sam. You'll have to excuse me if I don't shake your hand.
You steer this ship solo?
Yeah, though the computer does most of the work.
Hey, hi, George Miller.
So this is a submarine?
Spot on. We dive into the tar and use it to travel underground.
Just beneath the surface of the Earth. There are currents we can ride almost anywhere.
So what's your role in all this?
Me? I make sure Drawbridge's grand plans go off without a hitch.
So you're the commander?
That's right. These days I'm fragile in name only.
Huh. So where are we headed?
At the moment, we're bound for the Plate Gate in Mexico. The one that you put on the network for us. Our destination is on the other side, Australia, which we've been asked to link up next.
You know, the problem is, not everybody wants to be part of the UCA.
That's not the plan, Sam. The UCA isn't looking to expand its borders.
Second time they've
Just like
said
with
that.
Mexico, they want to bring new regions into the network. That's our last, best hope of saving the world. Which is why we're here. Or more importantly, why you're here.
Cat stealing a show.
Lou?
Ah, so Lou is the child's name. Hello? Excuse you. I too am a member of Drawbridge, believe it or not.
Wondered when we were going to meet this fucking guy.
Sam.
That a puppet?
Puppet? No, no. No, I am alive and my own master.
This is Dollman. A man whose cow wound up
Dollman.
stuck inside well, you get it. He used to be a spirit medium.
When I was still flesh and bone, of course. Regrettably, my transformation cost me my talents.
Lou, where are you?
Sam, that pod is empty. Oh. You know, no one should have to suffer such loss. I understand. Believe me, I do. Which is why, yes, I think you two should go on one more adventure.
Jesus, we're getting a hard fucking sell from all of these characters.
Well, take Lou. Yes, and link up Australia together. Like you did before in America. I'm sure a lengthy journey will help you to heal.
Sam, we've arrived.
I like they did find the softest Australian accent for George Miller's
In case
character.
you're wondering, my hand is traveling through the tar currents, which is lucky because that's what allows me to keep this ship on course.
We're by that research lab you linked up last time.
The DHV Magellan can travel to and surface anywhere, provided it's within network coverage. A genuine mobile base of operations.
Still not fully equipped, though. It doesn't have any proper guns.
Need to fix that at some time.
Anyway, the DHV Magellan's here to back you up. As always, you'll be the one leading the way to expand the network. We'll be right behind you, providing you with support. Just so we're crystal clear, Sam. Our mission is to connect the whole Australian continent to the existing chiral network here in North America.
From halfway around the world, how are we supposed to do that again?
By using the Mexican plate gate. One you already put on the grid, remember? To get started, all you have to do is cross over and connect your Cupid to the nearest chiral network terminal. As you extend coverage, we'll move the DHV Magellan to keep up.
And you'll of course be traveling with your child. I mean, that's what Lou would want, right? A grand new adventure with Daddy. I'm excited for you.
Like, wanting to punch the puppet because it's creepy is valid. I want to punch the puppet because
We'll be waiting.
it's gone from 0 to, like, manipulating grief. At least he's flammable. Okay. So, this is where we're going to bring our little adventures to a close. Well, okay. We're heading over to Little Fireside, so we are not done. But I just wanted to address one little thing while we're doing, like, credits and post stuff, and that's just, like, this thing that everybody says. Why doesn't Kojima make movies? He's not a cinematographer. He is a cinemaphile. His entire early works were inspired by cinema. And eventually, due to the success of his career, he was able to take all those influences and mold them into a way that made something else. You know, Metal Gear Solid, arguably his most famous work, is a combination of, you know, Escape from New York, every spy movie ever, and there's one other that's it's pulling from so heavily. Probably the live-action Guyver and a few of those other ones. No, it's Kazi and Tasty Cactus. I'm not picking on Yul. Like, dude can do what he wants. He wants to be famous and hang out with famous people. Fine. It's just the thing we were talking about earlier with the person who ripped off a stop-motion animation. Like, there's a difference here. You know, Fragile is now so clearly like French cinema coded, it's painful. And Dolman, he is animated at a lower frame rate, as if it were like an early stop motion puppet, right? Also, we have an ink cat. But it'll be interesting to see whether or not what we're looking at really is like, you know, characters manipulating him. Or perhaps it's more. Anyway. So, I'm going to roll credits in just a second, and then we're going to go hang out with Little Fire.
You don't get a cinematographer from a video game maker, you get Uwe Boll.
Yeah, Uwe Boll is quite fun. Although I will say that he's one of those people that when he's forced to, he can actually produce something good. Just worked out how to cheat the system by making shit video game movies. He's the Bialystok of game conversions. Except for, unlike Bialystok and Bloom, he never went to jail. Right! But you know, so my request of all of you lot, not right now, but have a think, have a ponder, see if this is something you'd like to see another couple of streams of or what have you. Because, you know, I'd like to know what you think of this one. And to that end, I would like to thank the following folks for keeping me the fuck alive as we creep ever closer to Longship Day in the Ilk. I'm probably going to get more and more feelsy over the next couple of weeks because I'm a ball of panic and stress most of the time, but you lot got me through a lot. So fucking thank you. To Beadora, to Martin, to Cardboard Box for Life, fuck. To Akari Zero, to Bismarck, to Dandelion, to Wolfcrad, to Aeon Digital and Jackie Foxbutt, Reflective Game Air, Simple Chaos and Nikiot. Like, seriously, thank you. None of those were less than like a squillion years of subs, and some were like tier 2 and tier 3, which is wild. To Akari, to Divershi, Eraman, Scotty Doggy, Bacon Avenger, Shitaru, Vanderbeast, Wolfcrad, Alnus, Simple Chaos, PBS, and Down Under the Dwarf. Bits and donations keep this whole thing going and keep me alive. And let me buy food, and I like eating. Pretty good at it. To Nova, Moose, Caffeine, and Tal, you fucking legends. Thank you for handling everything while I try and handle too much. Thank you. And yeah, that's it. Now, because this is a beastly game, I've got to bring this down before we can throw it all on over. Okie dokie. Come on, Sam. Sam, I need you to work with me here. Okay. There we go. Right. Want some ambient something on while we... Right. Bear with me just a second. Okay. Toesies are out the way. Or is it this? Yeah. Okie dokie.
No. That's not what I wanted. Cool.
You can just close all of that once it's launched.
Alright. No panics.